In a tavern old and cozy, where the whiskey flows so free, gather round, ye merry lads and lasses, for a tale we're about to weave. Mike and his band of merry debunkers, they'll take on every conspiracy, with glasses raised and laughter in the air. They'll set the truth completely free. Oh, we'll drink and debunk till the early morn. Raise a glass, let the truth be known. With whiskey and wisdom we'll carry on at the Drunk Debunk Show, a place to call home. Yo, listen up, it's time to get drunk. Grab a drink, take a seat, we're debunking bunk. Mike and his guests gonna put on a show, talking conspiracy theories, gotta let them go. Drunk debunk, tell you what's real. Shaking up the world, straight with no steel. No tinfoil hats, just laughs and cold beers. Gonna set the record straight, loud and clear, ooh yeah. We'll dive into secrets, uncover the truth, debunk the lies with some gin and vermouth. Aliens, Bigfoot, and the Illuminati crew, we're coming for ya, no theory too taboo. Come on.
Astounding, we dive into the unknown. Mike's the man, he's got the truth to be shown. Don't believe the lies, we're on a quest to unveil. Coast and cruise, we're ready to set sail. Conspiracy theories, they're all around. We're here to debunk the facts we found. No more lies, no more hidden schemes. We're gonna bring the truth bursting at the seams. Welcome to the Drunk Debunk Show. Minds got the knowledge, is ready to flow. Unveiling the shadows, the secrets they hold. Dubstep beats as the truth unfolds. To the night, where darkness takes its hold. Join us on a journey with truths yet to be told. Mike and his guests, they'll unravel all the lies, debunking all the ghosts and the secrets that disguise. Oh yeah! Welcome to the Drunk Debunk Show, where we separate reality from the unknown, unraveling the shadows one theory at a time. In this dubstep groove, we'll dance to the rhyme. We'll dance to the rhyme. Through the static, feel that what truth is I. Lurking in the night, these debunked new theory.
Hello and welcome to part 4 Flat Earth we're going to talk about on the Drunk Debunk Show. We got some I got some cool news. It's actually really cool. Gonna wait for the show to start to give out the good news, but it's plug time. It is a plug time. Go buy G Fuel from Cody, and go buy stuff from aliastees.com. Okay, I'm glad we had this talk. Yo, Zucker Ryan with 28 months. Can you believe it? It's been it just goes on and on and on. 28 months. Time's gonna start slowing down, please. Holy moly. How are you, sir? How are you? Welcome back for the 28th month in a row. And that's with a Prime sub. You get one of those. And you choose to use that on me? I appreciate you. Zacharian. Yo, hello there, Landon. Hello there. All right. Tonight's episode, we're gonna be doing we're kind of gonna be doing what we did last week, just because I this week was very, how you say, fucked up. I didn't get to the gym. I didn't have any time to do any new research on anything. So basically we're just gonna be just kind of winging it like we did last week. But I feel like last week was pretty successful. We're gonna be jumping on the Discord, see if they're doing anything, and then we're gonna be watching, continuing the where we left off on the Witsit interview that we started last night, or debate, whatever, last week. Where'd all my chats go? My chats disappeared. 1 second, please. Chat. Chat. Yo, Andy, what's good? Andy, I got ungrounded the other day. Yo, congratulations, sir, on not being grounded anymore. That's fantastic. See, what did I tell you? Do what your father says. And you won't be grounded. Man, look at this beard. I'm like eating my mustache. Jesus, I look like 30 years older than I am with this beard. So I'm glad you got your Twitch app updated. I saw that come in on my watch. I was like, I hate it when that happens, man. All right, so just letting you guys know, we are also on, we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube Live. Yeah, I got ungrounded too from something else, bridge surgery. Yo, I hope she's recovering well from that. I don't know what goes into that, but because Jess had that done while she was already like having Grayson. Let's put it that way. So I don't know what the recovery is of that, but I hope she's okay, and I hope the kids are nice to her. Yo, what's up, Will? How you doing? How are you, sir? Welcome in, guys. We have a random show tonight. So the last couple over 3 on a C-section. There you go. Yeah, so she's never been popped open. I don't know what to call it. What do you call something like that? So I am on YouTube as well because because this kind of content belongs on YouTube, because it's searched for on YouTube. So not so much on Twitch. All right, so the like I said, the schedule for tonight is we're gonna check the Discord, see if anything not boring is going on in there. And then if there is, we'll stay out of that, and we'll jump into the Witsit debate that we started last week. The incisions are literally like a 1/4 inch, liposcopic, whatever they call it. I think that's what they call it, right? Liposcopic. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, guys, we're gonna take our shot. Here we go. With the Bush Drunk Debunk shot glass. I still need to reach out. Actually, I'm only taking one shot. I don't even think it's a full shot. I'm only doing one shot of whiskey tonight because I don't want to get as fucked up as I have been for a few reasons. It sucks the next day, and rewatching my streams, I'm like, I'm not even making sense at the end of them. I don't want to do that. So we're not going to be, we're just going to be keeping the whiskey to one shot. I'm out. I have a long day tomorrow. We are putting a college out of power and then back on. Woof. Woof. One of my clients, actually, they just had a generator test. So that's fun. All right. Pink. Bottoms up. All right, the Drunk Debunk Show has officially started. All right. Whew. All right, another plug time. Go to my Discord. Go to #ads and click on the links to get some G Fuel. You know how nice it was to go out and get beer and then not have to spend more money on energy drink? Oh my god, that's delicious. Absolutely delicious. This is the Spyro Dragon Fruit flavor. I highly recommend it. I don't know if the BOGO, the buy one get one free, the stuff you got is fire. You got the watermelon one, right? You got the watermelon, and what else did you get? I forget what you said you got. Yo, whoa! Noam with 39 months. 39 friggin' months. Holy shnikes, dude. Are you staying late today? I am. We're looking at maybe another 6-hour stream tonight. Raspberry lemonade. There we go. Yo, what's up, Noam? For 39 months. Jeez Louise. You got 11 months on Zach Ryan. Yo, G Fuel. Oh, yeah. I was just saying, like, I went out. I've, like, usually, like, my go-to thing is, like, every single day during lunchtime is I go to the store and I grab a protein bar and a Celsius or something, or like a Monster. I don't have to do that anymore because I got G Fuel. You know how much money this is saving me? An insane amount of money. And it's way better than all the Celsiuses and all the Monsters, I'm telling you. The BOGO was over, but not the discount that you get if you use code SHADOW at checkout. You can still get a discount. Landon's been following for 10 months and 13 days. Man, what a ride it's been. What a ride it's been. We'll be back in a few hours. All right, enjoy your dinner or whatever you're doing. Hell yeah. Cody, you can drop the link if you want. I highly recommend the Spyro, the dragon fruit. It's so freaking good. I haven't even tried the other one I got. The other one I got was a direct recommendation from Cody. I think it's the was it the watermelon that you recommended? Because I got whatever you said I should get. But it was a BOGO deal, so I ended up just getting 2 for 1. You're sipping on Ramoon Melon. Ooh, Ramoon Melon. You're also how's your trip to space there, buddy? Yeah, I hope it's going okay. Yeah, you got the watermelon lime right there. We go. All right, that's good. All right, so let's jump into their Discord and we're gonna see. Oh, really quick. So to tell you guys the news, but Cody, I already told it to you. You're so excited about this news, but like I already. Oh, you're so funny. So you need Shadow Storm G Fuel? Oh yeah. You got alias tees? Hell yeah, dude. I need to get that on my Go XLR. Yeah, you do. aliastees.com. Waiting for them to unfreeze. News? What the fuck? We didn't know, but yes, you did. I literally got the email, I screenshotted it, and then I sent it to you. I've actually thought if I ever got my own flavor, what would it be? What would I feel like it would have to be like green. Like my balls are so blue they're purple. Okay, fine. All right, so the news is, let me pull it up. So I know I have mentioned before the final experiment. The final experiment, which is, so this is the final experiment. Okay, this is their YouTube channel. So this guy, this Will guy, he is setting up this example. Oh, I need to subscribe. Oh, I'm on a different, okay, whatever. So this is the final experiment. This is a trip. I've mentioned it before that this guy Will is paying for a flat earther and a globe earther, all expenses paid trip to Antarctica. Let me turn off my dark mode here. There we go. To Antarctica to witness or not witness the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That would only be able to be accomplished if the Earth were a globe. Okay. Now, when I brought this up last week on the Discord channel, I think it was last week, right? Or the week before that, on that Discord channel, the Earth Awakenings, they told me that that's not going to prove anything, and that it's just gonna create more questions than answers, right? So that obviously being a whole bunch of hullabaloo, I got a little discouraged that, oh, maybe this might not work, right? Maybe this is just not going to change anyone's mind, right? But as you can see, there are 6 globe Earth participants already, and still there are 0 flat Earth participants, and we're running out of time. There's 195 days left for this to go down. So the ball's in their court. You know what I'm saying? So we already have Flat Earth Dave has said that he doesn't want to be associated with demons and liars. Okay. Which is really, really ironic. We have and then we have Jaren from Jarenism, who was on the Netflix documentary Behind the Curve. He is up to join, but he hasn't given his answer yet, based off of a public announcement that Will had to make as a condition that for Jaren to make a decision. Okay, so this public announcement was Will having to say exactly what he's paying for the all expenses trip to Antarctica. So he still hasn't given an answer. However, Jaren is the second person to be nominated, and if he doesn't accept, then it goes on to the third person to be nominated out of the 24 flat Earth participants or potential participants. So that's what this is. Okay, is the final experiment is to say that the Earth is either flat or it's a globe, right? So and Whitson himself says if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that would not look good for the flat earth model, which is, you know, duh, no shit, because you can't have a 24-hour sun on the outside of the earth, right? It doesn't work that way. So obviously there's a lot of things about flat earth that don't work, but this is like the blatant, like, duh, like, no shit, it's not flat kind of thing. So where I'm going with this is I reached out to this Will guy, to this guy right here. I reached out to him, and he for me, I introduced myself. I told him, you know, this is the show that I have. It's the Drunk Debunk Show. I read this every Friday night, and I am interested in interviewing you so that you can explain. So I just said I just wanted to interview him, right? Because I'm very interested in what he's doing, and I just want to talk to him about it. Personally, I think it would be really cool to talk to him one-on-one, live on my channel, right? I was like, he'd be doing me a huge favor, you know, being able to put that in my description, all that kind of stuff. And he said yes. So I'm going to be interviewing this guy on June 14th at 9 p.m. I'm going to be, if you guys have any questions you want to ask him, please put them in the Discord. But I am super stoked. 1 day and 7 hours worth of watching. Holy moly, that's a lot of time. So I am super stoked about talking to this guy, because it's going to be huge for the channel. Okay, because we're going to be getting a lot of people over on YouTube with this interview. I'm assuming, I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm just super stoked to be able to do something like that. It's almost as if I'll have a real podcast, having like legitimate guests on and be able to interview them and whatnot. I'm very excited for that. Like, he's very, like, he has the contacts of like every flat earther. Like, he's got Whitson, Dearth, he's got Flat Out Lies. Like, he has the contacts for everybody, and it's really cool, and I'm very excited. Andy's Game Room isn't a legitimate guest. How dare you? He hasn't been on my show, but I also haven't been really doing anything that he would be able to speak to. I mean, there was a time in my life where I was really researching the flat earth and just, you know, all that kind of stuff. But yeah. All right, guys, I'm getting all kinds of amped up with this. You know what I like about this? Doesn't give me the jitters. I don't have a crash, right? Because like with monsters and stuff, like I can chug a Celsius and I'm like 5 minutes later I'm taking a nap. You've been doing Flurf Discords. I ain't got time for that. But I do, Andy. I want to go back to our roots at some point, and I do want you to jump on while we go over like Nuke's top 5 videos. Because it's been a while. Hello there. Who said that? Yo, okay. Whoa, Wild Kiwi. What's going on? How you doing, Kiwi? All done. Oh, all right. Now that I got the whiskey going, I got my G Fuel going. No crash, no jitters. Yeah, dude, it's insane. Yeah, it's good stuff. Don't drink Celsius. Is it because of the taurine or whatever the fuck is in it? Because I already had a whole discussion with my coworker about that. You hammered it down big time. Yo, let's go. Yeah, no, she's talking about Celsius. I'm making a statement. All right. Sounds good. I don't need to drink Celsius anymore because I now have 80 80 servings of freaking G Fuel. I don't need Celsius anymore. It's basically cyanide. Why are you guys telling me this now? Whoa. All right. So that's the big news. I'm interviewing this guy on June 14th. So if you have any questions you want to ask him, feel free to let me know. I don't know if you guys would be... Okay, wait a second. All right, so I never looked at these messages from a new perspective. So let's look at what he says. So new perspective, I don't know if you guys remember, but let me change the music here. All right, so new perspective,
Yo, listen up.
So new perspective, this is a guy that was in my chat the first time I streamed my experience on the Discord channel. So he's been sending me stuff. Like he sent me this yesterday. Maybe I could just, you know what? Let's Epic Live right now. All right, maybe we can just go over this instead. All right, so all of Anthony Powell's 24-hour sun vids, right? That's so because I sent him this video. What is it, last week or the week before that? It was on the 24th, so last week. And I said, can you show me where this is fake? So his answer to that was all of Anthony Powell's 24-hour sun vids have been labored over so much to find where the cuts were made, and he repeatedly came out with another version the next year to compensate, trying to compensate for the previous debunking. Okay, but of course he's not going to link anything, right? He's just going to make a statement and expect me to believe it. I would ask that you might ask yourself, why does it seem to be only one guy primarily coming out with these supposed proofs of a 24-hour sun? And okay, we're gonna stop right there really quick. First off, it's not just one guy, okay? And they are not proofs. Like nowhere does it say in these videos that it's proof. It's just really cool. And not everyone feels the need to want to document it. That's down there. It only happens once a year, for what, a few weeks or a few days or whatever. So why I don't understand why they would think that these people just need to are only filming this stuff to prove anything. Like they're down there. They don't need to prove anything. Like if you don't believe it, that's your stupidity. That's your willful ignorance, right? So I hate it when they think that, oh, NASA why don't they just turn their satellite cameras around and just take pictures of the Earth instead of the deep space? It's like, well, because the cameras aren't A, designed to do that. B, that's a whole lot of effort to prove something that doesn't need to be proven. Because you just don't want to believe it. Like that's you have 6.1k channel points. Yo, let's go. If you aren't zinning, you aren't winning. Exactly. I honestly wouldn't know what to ask him. Maybe the size of his pecker. I feel like if I asked him that, I want to come off as like professional with him because he's very professional. Talking about chickens, Landon, get your mind out of the car. I'll be back. All right, Kiwi. He'll still be here even if you come back in 5 hours. NC, because wait, what? NC? All right, so yeah, and like the cameras aren't made to, on the telescope. They're telescopes, right, to see deep into space on these satellites, like the James Webb and all that. Like they're on satellites to look out into deep space, not to turn around and then look at a really close Earth. Like it's just retarded. You did A and B. I was just, oh, I do that so much that I don't even know that I'm doing it. A, B. I don't even know that I'm doing it. All right, let's see. And even though there's less population in the South, a lot less population in the South, wouldn't you think there'd be plenty of other people with lots of other footage like there is for the North? At least some? I'd say it's pretty proportionate. I'd say the proportions are pretty accurate. Also, they could make a seemingly seamless 24-hour sun vid with today's tech. I mean, they have, you just say it's fake. And the bigger point for people who buy this is the final test, or the experiment, what he means, is that it's typically people who haven't already realized that there are a multitude of other ways we already know it can't be the spinning ball we were all made to believe was a fact. So basically what he's saying there is that even if you do prove the 24-hour sun to him, he will not accept it as proof, because that still won't prove to him that we're on a spinning ball. I love it when they say a spinning ball. It's hilarious. It's been totally debunked, bro. It's been honestly, I know how hard a pill that is to swallow, and didn't want to accept it either at first. Cheers. By the way, did you listen to the CERN physicist turn into a babbling idiot trying to answer the very question you were laughing at me about, or asking you about airplanes? I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know who the CERN physicist is. When was that? Was that, he sent that May 25th at 7:45? I don't know what I was doing at that time. All right, let's see this. If this is like going to be, now this is a 3-hour long video.
And then we have another experiment that was done that sounds like measure that velocity to move at all.
I can go ahead and now proceed with my portion.
All right,
You know,
I'm not going to bore you
you're not
guys.
going
Like,
space. You're not leaving our magnetic field. If you do, you're not just having the radiation problem from, like, supposedly they say the real problem is just that the magnetic field is protecting you from radiation, but turns out the magnetic field is like literally part of what keeps you alive as as a living being. So you can't really just go wandering around in outer space without the Earth's magnetic field. Probably not a great plan, especially for
why?
9 months at a time, or however long.
If you're protected
years, if
by
you can go to Mars
like
or
a
whatever.
spaceship, then you don't have anything to
Mars
worry
doesn't
about.
even have a magnetic field, which we'll get into heliophysics someday. We're going to talk about all the lore of
Basically, all he's saying there is he's retarded. Pretty much. All right, this is a 3-hour long. I'm sure this is going to be really cool to, you know what? I'll go over this and I'll just like, this will be for like next week or something, or like another week. Because them bringing up like magnetic fields and stuff, like that's actually, this is a Wikipedia article. Wait, who's using a Wikipedia article?
Equivalent ratio. Moving right along. Back to this part again, nailing this home. It's the geographic.
All right, this is
thing.
actually.
Who feels about it? You gonna say it out loud? Much faster than the sun, even though it travels actually visually slower.
All right, this is actually
Happened to
really
go with
interesting.
93 mil, because it works out that way with Kepler's stuff.
Wait, who's talking? I
Yeah,
know that
it just
voice.
seems to me, because all 4 directions are visually shrinking in size, that that math wouldn't add up. Because things shrink exponentially. So I just think that, like,
Who's talking?
Yeah, can you help me? I don't want to make you do the presentation over again, but maybe just in like layman's terms, how they're getting the shapes of these continents and things like that using the stars.
So
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Okay, that's gonna be golden. All right, I'm probably just gonna use. Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. First, I'm gonna subscribe to Space Audits. Second, I'm gonna just download this video, and then I'm gonna edit it, and we're gonna make a presentation on it, because this actually looks really interesting. I really want to know what kind of drugs these people do and who's their supplier. Well, I want to know where you get your Pokemon cards. Wait, is this the no, I don't want this one. I want the 1440p one. Excuse me. Oh, my download's almost ready, is it? All right, please don't fail. Please don't fail. Yay. Sorry, we cannot download your video. You fucking piece of shit. All right, what if I just do 1080p? All right, I'll keep that open. Maybe I have to keep that open. Oh, maybe do I really have to keep the ad open for it to work? That might be why this has failed so many times, because I just instantly closed the ad. Hey, all right, it's working. It's working. The pure Colombian stuff. You're not lying. You're not lying. All right, so let's hop on the Discord and see what's going on there. All right, let's listen in for a minute. Actually, well, who's on? All right, we got NASA Shill. We got Memetics. Do we have Geo's here? All right. All right. Is anybody sharing their screens? All right. Lots of flat Earth memes, of course. All right. Let's see.
Day.
No.
We
They're
were
using
talking
it
about
to
the
dissolve.
alias cultures, right? There's no antibiotics, there's no antivirals, there's no antiparasitics.
Have
None
you
of
got
that
a
is
photo
devolved.
of a virus
You
outside
just
of the cell
have
JS?
an aqueous solution. You can use a buffer to keep it neutral, right? Because these pathogens are adapted for a neutral environment, because that's the environment of their host, right? So you have an aqueous buffer, right? No need for any kind of antiparasitics, antivirals, antibiotics. None of that stuff is needed.
In order to acquire the so-called imagery that you're taking of these viruses. So the
Yes.
virus is inside of the cell, right? And you're having to effectively, like, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't actually isolate this virus. Every photo that you're ever taking of this virus, it has a backdrop of cellular,
No.
like collateral, essentially.
No, you flush that stuff out when you're trying to isolate and take images of just the virion itself. Right, you go through the easiest way to do it is the ELISA process.
What is this guy doing? Is he like doing like pull-ups while he's talking?
You're taking photos of viral particles isolated seemingly from anything else except for what your aqueous solution.
Say that photo. I have photos, yes, but what specific?
He's taking the
Of the viral particle. Yeah,
yeah.
separated from the cellular collateral that have.
Yeah,
All right.
there's tons of.
I have a feeling that that's about COVID, and I don't want that on my channel. So we're just gonna go ahead and. I can't believe he says he unironically said right. Did we all hear that you don't need antibiotics, antivirals, anything like that? Like you don't need any of that. Like, talk about going like back in time. Like I can't imagine. Oh, does it stop the download? Oh no, it's still going. All right. Oh my gosh, 2.3 gigs. Holy moly. Thanks Y2 down. Yeah, holy shit. I can't imagine like a world without antibiotics now. Like antibiotics is what saved my mother's life. I shouldn't. No, I shouldn't. Should I? Should I?
Use like an acid or a base or oxidizer, reducer, depending on the types of cells that you had, right? You break the cell open, right? Then you cleave it off of the antibody. So now you have the broken cell. That
I don't know what they're talking about. So we're gonna leave that at that. No. All right, let me find. I have to find this video. Also, I have to do some stuff. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, we are good to go. Let's go ahead and pop this open. All right, I have a lot of windows open. All right, so let's expand this. All right, and shall we continue this debacle of a debate? Here we go.
Tossing the story, any replications doesn't matter. Like you said, they proved it. Google will say that it proved it. That isn't true though, right? Like even Michelle Thaler and Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Thaler works at NASA. They did a Big Think video where they accurately described this, somewhat accurately. They admit that it wouldn't prove the Earth's a globe by just putting two sticks and looking at the shadows. And the reason is because if the sun is closer, then you're going to get divergent rays that are going to give you different shadow angles. And what they assumed was that the sun's super far away, so you're going to have parallel rays, and so then you get the difference in angles because the Earth is curved. Right. And so they had assumed the Earth's a sphere, assumed the sun super far away with parallel rays, and then he did the math. And so more accurately, he came up with the circumference of if you assume the Earth's a globe and you assume the sun is super far away. He wasn't correct about the distance as to what they claim now. Right. But he assumed it was so far away that
he wasn't. OK, so what he's talking about is the experiment where the Eratosthenes, he dug two wells, right? And at the summer solstice, where in the location he was at, the sun was directly above him. So it was the GPO directly above him, above the well, right? So with the sunlight, it would be going straight down, and there'd be no shadows. And at the same time, at a city down south of him, I believe, there was another guy that was looking at a well that showed a shadow. So what they did was they did the math to find the circumference of the Earth in that way. So what he's saying is that they just assumed that the sun was really far away, and they assumed that the earth was a globe. Okay. However, at this point, those two facts were well known. Right? Those two facts were already well known. So like him saying like, oh, they just assumed that these two things were correct. Well, because they tested for it, right? And now we were able to, they did an experiment to get the circumference of the earth, because we already knew it was round, but now we just need to figure out what the actual circumference is. And we already, and like he thinks that like Aristophanes, right? This was hundreds of years ago, right? He's like, oh, they weren't even that correct on the and he wasn't right about how far the sun was. It's like, does it matter at that point? No, it really doesn't. We just know it was really far away. It wasn't a local sun. That's all you needed to know in this sense. And then later on, we found out how far away it actually is, right? Like, so like he's like, oh, they didn't even know how far away it was then. It doesn't fucking matter how far away it was. What matters is that they knew it was really far away, and it would be parallel light rays. You dummy.
That the rays were parallel.
Well, so
if you assume spherical trig, you can get a circumference. He was a little off, but anyway, he didn't prove it. You can do the same thing on a flat Earth, and
well,
we've shown that.
There's a few things that
So, and on top of that, what he's saying, what Wizard is saying, it's been done thousands of times after this, right? So it's been done with 3, right? So you can say, okay, so here's the sun straight down, no shadow, and then here's like let's say you have a flat plane, right? Flat plane, sun, no shadow. Over here, there is a shadow because the sun's right here, right, causing a shadow. So yes, he's right that doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe, right? You can still do the same experiment on a flat Earth. However, there's been done with 3. So let's say the sun's up here, no shadow, casting a shadow, and then casting a shadow again. However, like further south. So if the Earth were flat, then they proved that the Earth was a globe because the expected shadow angle that was on the third well was not what you would expect on a flat Earth, but on a globe, right? Because if it's a specific shape, you're going to get different angles at that third point of data. So he's like, well, this one experiment doesn't prove that it's a globe. No, you're right. It doesn't prove that it's a globe. However, the thousands of other experiments that have been done after it have proven it's a globe. Like he's just so like, it's the way that he can mind meld people, the gullible people, like, oh well, hey, oh my god, that's right, you can't prove a globe with that experiment. That doesn't prove anything, right? You have to assume all this stuff. But then he's not bringing up all the other experiments that successfully proved it was a globe. Like, that's how he's mind molding people.
I would want to address there. So I think the first one would be that he's definitely not the first one. It was the implication based on what we do know about this time period is that it was probably Pythagoras or one of his students that first came up with the idea the Earth was a sphere. We know this because it doesn't actually appear in Greece at all as in recorded history until Plato. Plato brings this over from southern Italy after he had studied at a Pythagorean academy. He brings it over from Italy, and then he starts teaching it in his academy. We don't have any record of, what his explanation was, but what we do have is Aristotle, who came to the conclusion.
Oh, no. Yeah, what the hell, dude? Fuck this thing. Sometimes the Go XLR really pisses me off. All right, shall we continue?
A sphere, because if you are in Greece, if you're in Athens, then there are stars you.
Earlier I said hi to Cody and Andy and nothing. Crickets. Oh, sorry, I'm not a good moderator of chat right now. Is Beardo or Flurf or Globy? Beardo Witsit is on the bottom right corner. That he's a flat earther. He's a flat earther. I can't hear what this guy is saying with all the dicks he has in his mouth. Oh my god, heading to dinner but wanted to see if Cody and Andy would say hi. I guess they didn't. I don't even think they're even here still. They're probably just lurking. They haven't talked in a while. I'm dealing with a freshly surgeried wife. Yeah, that's fair.
Can see from Athens, or sorry, there are stars you can see in Egypt that you cannot see from Athens. So that was
ships.
Yeah,
Ships over the horizon.
Ships over the horizon. Another one actually comes from Herodotus. It's unclear if it's a true story or not. It's something that he claims to have heard. We're not sure about if it actually happened, but he claims it did. And the way in which he actually claims it didn't. He's like, we heard this story from Egypt. We think it's BS because obviously the sun couldn't ever possibly be on your right while you're sailing west. That's impossible. And what he said was that there were a group of Phoenicians hired by an Egyptian pharaoh, Necho II, I want to say, something like that.
This guy is smart as fuck, dude.
Hired to sail down around Africa and come back up through the Pillars of Heracles, the Straits of Gibraltar, and then to the Nile. And allegedly, when they came back, what they told everybody was that, in the afternoon, like when the sun was in the sky, that as they were traveling due west, the sun was to their right. And if you're in the northern hemisphere traveling due west, the sun should be at high noon to your left. In this case, they claimed that it was to the right. Now, of course, that is Herodotus telling a story about some guys who said something. But because he's saying it probably didn't happen, it does suggest, in fact, that it did in a weird way. I explained that in a little bit more detail.
No, it's not a weird way at all.
On the topic. But so I wanted to, that's important because the way this comes down to us is that we have.
I mean, basically, he's saying a lot of evidence that completely destroys Witsit and his Aristophanes, blah 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 blah, and then this guy's like, well, actually, all this other stuff that you completely like he just completely debunked what Witsit just said, and that just made me so happy because that's like the talking point of flat earthers. Hold on. That's like the talking point of flat earthers. And if you take away a talking point by demolishing it like he just did, then you look defeated like Witsit does right now.
Pythagoras, his school of his academy seems to have produced this idea. Plato brought it to Greece. Plato gave it to Aristotle. Aristotle produced the actual. Aristotle's arguably the first quote-unquote scientist in Western history and European history because he actually sat there and went through the concepts of what science is and how things work. He was wrong about a lot of it. He thought that everything broke down to the term atoms comes from him. He thought everything broke down to one of four elements. So it was he wasn't quite there.
No, he also believed in the ether as the fifth quintessential element, and Democritus seems to come up with atom before that. But I guess they're not to cut you off, but just to point out, like, none of those things do prove it, right? Like, this kind of makes my point stronger in that sense because
what? Okay, what's it? In your delusions, look at him, and it's like, what are you talking about? It makes your point stronger. All he did was exactly what you did, Witsit, which was saying some guy said a thing, and then you're saying that is wrong. He's saying that, well, here's all the people. I just listed off all these people that have completely disagreed with what you're saying. And our understanding of science back then was so slim. But now, because of those studies back in the day, now we're that much smarter.
If those stories are true, what they thought proved the Earth's a globe didn't, right? Like Eratosthenes doesn't prove the Earth's a globe at all. You can replicate it on a stationary flat Earth with the local sun.
You have to prove
because
that there's a local sun first, though.
Well, that's what we actually observe, right? The claim is that
We don't observe a local sun at all whatsoever. We don't. We like there's no observation of a local sun.
that what we observe is the illusion of divergent rays. And it is true that perspective can cause that. And we do see that there's some perspective effects, but we observe divergent rays that center onto the sun. The claim is that they're actually parallel. So you would have to prove that, right? I mean,
You want me to prove it? I can prove it. I can prove it right now. Hold on. All right, let's see. Can I look for parallel? Let's see. So there is, let's do this. Let's go over here. All right, 1 second. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. This is called parallel sunlight. All right, we're gonna start the video right here. Okay, so do those shadows look parallel? No. Okay, they don't look parallel, but right, because we got shadows going this way. We got shadows going towards the photographer. We got shadows pointing that way. We got shadows pointing everywhere. Now watch this. All right. Can I play this in reverse? I don't think I can. All right, well, this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna play it from the beginning. Here we go. So about those parallel sun rays you got there, buddy. This is this is a video taken here on Earth, right? Local sun, not local sun, right? Those are parallel light rays. You can't get like sorry, bro. But there it is. It's just proven that the light rays are parallel. Boom, done.
What we see is a local light source. We see it get warmer when the sun's closer to us. We see it get dark as the sun moves away and it gets cooler. Like what we observe is that there's a local light source. And then we talk about like
Nope.
Like it was more of an ontological premise, really. So it was like they thought the sphere was like the perfect shape. And as to whoever came up with it first, who cares, right? Like Aristotle, who they'll tell you, and supposedly looked out and saw a boat disappear. Well, okay, well, too bad he didn't have a camera or binocular
or P9000.
Right? So his assumption that the boat disappearing proved the Earth was a globe was incorrect. And every single one of these ancient stories are wrong.
So he's saying that all of these ancient stories are wrong. Yet his arguments, some of his arguments are ancient stories of people who implied that the Earth was flat at one point in their career. I really hope that one comes up so I can point it out.
Now, that doesn't prove the Earth is flat. What it proves, though, is that these mainstream propaganda stories were told about how they proved the Earth was a globe back then didn't prove the Earth was.
It's a simplified. So unless you're like this guy, right, who actually studied everything, it's a simplified version of history to teach kids. Okay, you can't take a child like a grade school curriculum and be like they're all lies because it's not that simple.
The globe. It's not accurate, right? And like obviously you can't just assume the outcome at the onset. Like if I use spherical trig and assume the distant sun, I can make the Earth a globe in math and then claim you prove it. And long story short, man, we went and tested it. I mean, the Earth cannot be what they said. We falsified the radius.
Like when they say that we falsified, I need to know what they mean by that. How was the radius of the Earth falsified? Let's see. Aristosthenes, calculating the size of the Earth. How Aristosthenes calculated the size of the Earth. Imagine the universe. I don't see. Oh, you know what? Because they're being censored. You can't find how it was falsified because we are censored. They don't want the truth coming out. Fact check roundup. Proof that the Earth is round. No, I don't want that. I want proof that the radius of the Earth was falsified. Because falsification is independent of replacement or whatever he fucking says. All I'm seeing is is why the Earth isn't flat. But I mean, that's good job, Google. Good job. I can appreciate that. All right, maybe you know what? Maybe he'll tell us how it was falsified. Let's go on.
Right, with long distance observations and microwaves and radio waves and.
Oh, okay. So with microwaves, radio waves, that's how they falsified the radius. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for clearing that up with Sid. And I'm very curious as to what education you have in all of those fields.
Physical tests have shown the Earth's not curving at that rate. So I mean that's the real crux of the issue.
This guy, his facial reactions to what Whitson is saying are like my favorite thing in the entire world. I love his facial reactions.
I mean, would you agree? I don't know if you've ever thought of this, but like it boils down to if you wanted to be very efficient, you would go straight to the R value, the radius value of the Earth. If the R value is wrong, right, everything else is wrong because everything uses it, right? We use it for everything. The distance of the sun, the moon, and gravity and everything.
When you use it to calculate curvature when you're looking out over a distance,
and navigation and all that,
it's right every time.
Yes.
It's not.
It is. As long as you account for atmospheric refraction, it's right every single time.
So this is what I'm saying. So think what you just said. So you said it's right every single time as long as you account for atmospheric refraction.
Yeah.
Well, atmospheric refraction is basically a bar that you can move wherever it goes.
No. Atmospheric refraction can also be measured. Atmospheric refraction is just another like there's like if it can be measured, okay, then it can be applied to a measurement, to another measurement, right? So you measure what the expected refraction would be, okay? If you're looking out across the ocean or a lake or whatever, and you know the rate the gradient, the temperature gradient, okay, from the surface to 3 feet high or whatever. Whatever you're looking through, whatever field you're looking through, or frame you're looking through, you can say and then the humidity and all that kind of stuff. Like you can measure the expected atmospheric refraction. Okay, apply that to the expected curvature that you'll see And then guess what? He's right. It's right every single time.
So
Well,
basically, you could say
depending on discrete variables, yeah, it's
Yeah,
in any given situation, you can take the weather conditions that day and you can calculate what the atmospheric refraction should be. And my point is that when you do that, the measurement works every time. You have to
People think
deliberately
that.
not do that.
People think that. No, people know that because they measure it. It doesn't work for you, Witsit.
No, we proved it.
people think that.
We did it in our
No, no,
video.
no.
We proved it.
Oh my God, I need to know what video that is.
You went and measured certain variables, plugged it into a refraction equation, and were able to predict where you're going to see something in the distance.
That's how it goes. Witsit, you're almost there. You're almost there.
Because I've been asking for someone to do that for 5 years.
So we
It's you know what's hilarious is that sure, he's been asking for someone to do that for 5 years, okay? But then when he's given the answer, he goes, "No, I don't like it. I don't like it."
actually didn't even need to go to those lengths, because what we found is that every single time you look at something, it works out within enough of a margin that
margin of error.
You don't need to run the calculation. For example, when we looked at the islands in the not the Adriatic,
Mediterranean,
the Mediterranean, but I forget what the exact west coast of Italy is called. But you look at the islands between Corsica and Italy, and they end up showing within a matter of 100 meters in either direction. They end up showing what you should expect to see at that distance.
Yeah.
We copied it. We looked at it with Philadelphia. We looked at it with Manhattan. We looked at it with Chicago. In every single instance, it matched what the equation said it should be.
That's awesome.
So that's
see,
why I
that's
take
crazy
issue with
because
that.
I've done hundreds of observations, brother, and that's not what happens. I've seen things that should be 2-3 miles below the curve of the Earth.
Well, so
with the wrong equation. With the wrong equation, or you're not accounting for atmospheric refraction.
You can say atmospheric refraction. Yeah, it's called terrestrial refraction. Standard refraction, it's 7/6R, which means your model says that on average, the Earth looks like it's 15 to 20% bigger than the actual size of the globe.
Sure. But atmospheric refraction changes all the time. It is completely dependent on temperature, on humidity, on if it's raining, if it's sunny, if it's over frozen water, if it's over if it's like over just a lake, like atmospheric refraction changes all the time. So what Witsit does is he takes the 8 inches per mile square equation and just applies that to everything without putting in any other variables, which is why he would expect to see something that was, or what he said, like, I've seen things that should be like 2 to 3 miles below the curve. It's like, well, you need to provide the viewer's height, right? Because if you're not 8 inches per mile square is a tangential measurement. So you have to start at sea level, right? And it just, and then, it
Which is just begging the question.
doesn't matter how many times you prove shit to them, they just go, yeah, no. Especially someone like Witsit, right? Because like his whole income is based off of this, like Dearth, right?
But I've seen it where it needs to be a 280,000 mile radius. And so that's what I mean by you can just move the bar wherever you want, right?
No, because it's not a bar that you move around. It's an actual variable that is measurable, and then you apply that to the full equation, which would, which isn't the 8 inches per mile square.
So what is that now? That's 64/6R. And like, okay, must be true. Then there's no way to falsify it, right?
I mean, you can if you just do the experiment yourself.
Well, again, what we're saying is it's a variable by variable basis. So you need to move the bar because the conditions would differ.
Yes. Thank you.
In any given situation. But I guess when you say that you've seen things that should be miles beneath the horizon, What are you talking about?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So, for example, one of the most famous observations is because a lot of the stuff
Chicago
that I've seen,
sideline,
I don't
skyline.
have all of it recorded. So we'll just go with like the most
The Chicago
most famous recorded
skyline.
ones, like Canigou Mountains.
Oh.
The Canigou Mountains can be seen from 273 miles away. It actually broke the world record photo. 255 miles.
Yeah, because the observer's height is incredibly high. And what's hilarious is I was just watching a video and of I forget who it was. Was it MC Toon or was it FTFE, where they actually reached out. Oh no. FTFE had a guest, an Italian guest on that actually reached out to these photographers of what he just said and asked them, did this prove anything to you? Or like something along the lines of, you know what? I'm just going to pull out the video. Give me 1 second. 1 second, please. It was FTFE. It was actually his most recent video. Actually, no, it was it this one? This is the one.
TFE and welcome back to
fuck.
the TFE and welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity what happens to anyone working for Starfleet and wearing a red shirt.
Was it this one?
Hey, I'm Fight the Flat Earth and welcome back to the channel that does the
Oh no,
stupidity
this is
what Rose
this
did
is
to
hilarious.
Jack. You know, because there was plenty of space on that door.
No, he had Sir Sick
Today's
on
little
that
flat
one.
earther who's developed-
Where's the one? Like I literally just saw it. I thought it was today. I just saw it.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity what Will Smith did to Chris Rock.
Wait, was it this one?
I live in the heads of most flat earthers. I mean, it's not a very pleasant place to be.
No, we know that FTFE.
Anyone here? Hello. Today we are.
Fuck, where? Like, I have to pull this up.
Hey, I'm FTFE. Welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity. What?
No, I come on. This is about William Shatner going to space.
TFE and welcome back to the FE and welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity what happens to anyone working for Starfleet and wearing a red shirt. Or if he fails to hear from either of us, he's to beam the security part.
Oh, come on. All right, well, I'm a liar. Call me a liar. Anywho, yeah, there was this Italian guy who actually like reached out to these photographers and asked them basically, yo, what's up, Mary? How you doing? Oh my goodness. Is Chris watching? Because he needs to wear his face palm protection like hardcore. And they said that they didn't, so they actually gave the coordinates of where they took those pictures from. And there were Chris and Dean are still playing GTA. Nice. What the hell? Wait, the hell a second. Mary's on Twitch. Oh yeah, of course she's on Twitch. Look, she even has a little crown. She's a 30-month subscriber. Holy shit, you're a 30-month subscriber. I just realized what that meant. Holy shit. Anywho, yes. So let's continue because the math was done by this guy who talked to these photographers and completely debunked like showed how you could see these mountains from so far away. It's been a long time. It has been a long time. I mean, I've known you for way longer than that, but whatever.
Away with the silhouette, whatever, 153. Now it's always based on how high you are,
Yeah.
right? That's how.
Yes.
So if you look at it from other mountains and say see at 273 or 255, the top of the tallest point of the mountains should be like an additional 2.5 miles. There should be 2.5 miles of curvature up above the top of the mountain. Now, what globe Earth proponents will do is say they will avoid that number because it sounds crazy, and it is crazy.
Oh yeah,
And they'll
let's
say,
avoid
"Oh,
it.
but let's look into it degrees." And if you take it to degrees in relation to this huge Earth, you can make the number smaller and sound like not as big of a deal.
Yeah, because that's how angles and circular objects are measured, is in degrees. Yeah, oh, you nub. We're finally having wine. Yo, let's go. Did he just say dill?
You're still claiming that the mountains were lifted optically over 2.5 miles and stopped right where they needed to look like the Earth was flat. And I'll tell you, you should look into this. There's an observation in Canada.
So hold on. Question. Why is that the only spot that you can see that far in? Like, if I go as high as the mountain that the photographer was on, right? Am I going to be able to see that far on the rest of the planet? Just a question.
And it happens 2 times a year, right? In February and in September. And so based on where the sun sets, we know that the sun's going to set behind the mountains on those days.
Did you just say that the sun sets behind mountains? So what's it? I have a question for you. if the sun, how can the sun be behind mountains if it never goes down? It only goes up, or like it stays within this area above the Earth,
Right, because the sun changes throughout the year, right?
okay, so what you're saying is the mountains change their physical height based on how far you are away from them. Yes. Yep.
With its ecliptic path. And when the sun sets, so you won't see Canagoo, but then the sun sets behind it and you can see it, right? Because it backlights the mountain, and now you see the silhouette of it. And you can see these
Please, guys, please call them out on this.
mountains predictably on these very exact days that the sun's going to set behind it, and it's should be miles below Earth curvature.
So
and you have to claim is that it's refraction that we can coincidentally predict, and it's a silhouette, which is the absence of light, right? It's an absence of light.
We said this was how many miles?
So one of the videos is 100.
He's about to be caught in a lie. Watch this.
153 miles from I think 1,000 feet up, and then one of them is 255 miles. I just don't remember the observer height for that one off the top of my head. There's also one that's 273.
And how tall is the mountain?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
What was the name of the mountain again?
I love this guy.
Canagoo, Canigou, I believe. So yeah, I mean, and that's pretty crazy.
Nope, stop
Yeah,
stop
so it
talking.
has an
What's it?
elevation of 9,136 feet, which means that if I can really quickly do math, because I can't do math, but give me one moment here. 9,136. 9,136.
Okay, perfect. There goes 10 more brain cells.
Yeah, I'll just
Thanks,
let you know, I'm not
fucks.
lying with you guys, right? Like I'm letting you know, like the globe model, because I talk to like people that are really invested in defending. They'll just tell you it's refraction, right? They're just gonna say it's this much refraction.
So
Whatever
it is.
they'll do the math.
It's about 430 feet of refraction from the top of the mountain to where it should be visible. It's not 2 miles.
Wait, for which one?
For the closer number you gave us, the 153 miles at 1,000 feet. You should you should be able to see anything that is over 8,700 feet tall.
Wow.
Okay.
And Mount Canagoo
So
is
the-
over 8,700 feet
2.5
tall.
miles number is certainly going to come with like the 255 value, right?
Okay.
2.5 miles above the top of the mountain specifically. That is, yeah.
What elevation was that?
I don't remember. I don't remember them. I don't remember.
Listen, what's it? You can't if you're gonna bring this up during a debate, you gotta have these notes written down, man. Give me a second to prove your dumb ass shit.
The elevation. I have all this information, right? With the, it was, I don't even know flat earther that did it. I talked to him though, but it doesn't matter exactly.
I know
what
I know the flat earther that did it, and I just talked to him. Wow. Way to cite your sources there, Witsit.
values are, right? My point is very simple. Even the globe Earth proponents agree.
So is the photographer Jesus? Was he floating above the mountain? No, he's just saying, well, it should, with absolutely no like mathematical equations as to why, right? Well, that's like flat earthers favorite word to say. It should.
That, for example, even the one that's closer, okay, the mountain shouldn't be observed.
No, the mountain
And
should
let's
have
just
about the mountain should have
Jesus not only walks on water but floats down mountains.
430 feet of observable peak.
He should change his name to from Witsit to Dumfuck. He has no wit. He has lots of nicknames on the Glow Earth community. Trust me on that. I'm glad my computer's off.
Okay, but you shouldn't see all the mountains. Okay.
You should see all the mountains that are. I mean, you should see what's in front of it, like what's closer to you. You shouldn't be able to see. You shouldn't be able to see the very base of the mountain. No,
Correct.
not at all. But you should be able to see the top 430 feet. So that's
Yeah, so that's the thing, is like these people like Witsit, they're like, oh, because we can see any of the mountain, therefore the Earth is flat. Like that's not how it works, right? Like you can't see the bottom of it. If you could see the bottom of the mountain, that would be an issue for us. Should.
That's why I'm trying to find this.
How tall? And you said the mountain was 9,000 feet. So it's 400 out of 9,000 is you barely see the tip at all. Now I'm actually
That's
throwing
with
the
no
numbers out there off the
refraction.
top. I'm throwing the numbers out there at the top of my head, right?
That's with no refraction.
Because I'm just letting you know with the observation, all the globe Earth proponents ran the math. They let me know what the refraction is, and they're very confident that it's real.
Because it is. Because it's a proven mathematical and scientific fact. And what you say is just, well, I don't like it. I don't like it.
They say that the mountains are being refracted up at roughly, a little over standard refraction. And the problem with that is it's the silhouette.
This is how it should work, but I have no fucking idea why it doesn't work that way. But you're still fucking wrong. I need you, Andy. This is what I need you to do. I need you to record that with your voice, okay? And I'm gonna play it like I play CC's.
What did he say?
Oh no, not that one.
Well, I'm taking a drink.
Oh well, I mean similar to that, but
We're the smartest people in the world knowing this information.
yeah, that's what I want.
We're the smartest people in the world knowing this information.
Of the mountains. It's just a shadow. It's like you walk in front of the light and block it. It isn't the light being refracted. It's a shadow.
It's literally like I'm not like I need Dave McKeegan for this part. Like I wish I could just be like, yo, Dave McKeegan, can you just do a thing for me real quick?
It's a silhouette, and I can predict it a year in advance. I can tell you when it's going to happen. It's going to happen in September, right? The way I.
Okay. That's because you already knew that. You didn't predict that. You Witsit did not predict that. Someone with logic and who understands how the globe works predicted that, and you're using that information. You didn't predict it, you dummy. I took a screenshot. I'll do it the next chance I get. Sounds good. Look at this. I love his facial expressions.
No, is because that's when the sun sets behind those mountains and light attenuates, so you can't see the mountains, right? But then when the sun gets below it, that's way brighter light. Now you can.
Chris is listening and he's already aggravated. Oh my god. Yeah, it's good stuff. I Chris should not be listening. He'll just get so mad. Like, that's all that Whitson does, is he just spouts all this bullshit.
See it through the mountain, through the air, and you can see the mountains predictably, and coincidentally refraction is just always going to match our predictions.
The question I have there is,
yes,
how are we predicting that it's going to happen on the specific day?
Because of the cycle of the sun. So we know that, like the sun will set in a little bit of different portion of the sky each day, right? Throughout year, it kind of progresses, right? You have the analema or whatever. And so on certain days, the sun sets where it goes right behind those mountains.
Right.
So if the earth is flat and the sun is constantly above the earth, how can it go behind the mountains? What's it? You're contradicting yourself. Like that's all flat earthers can do is contradict themselves. Like, you cannot have a sun that goes behind mountains if it stays in the sky above the earth. Like, that's not how it works. Like, the sun is physically going behind the mountains. And he says that, but then he's like, oh no, the sun is constantly above us and just rotates around us.
From a viewing angle.
Yeah, because the earth fucking... Okay, I know. This has to be the easiest thing for these dudes. They go into this knowing they're smarter than this Witless Sid. Witless? Yeah, that's one of his fuckwit, dumb fuck, or dumb sit, Witless is, these are all established nicknames for this guy.
Of another mountain across the water.
Got it.
And people travel all around the world to see it, right? It's very...
Oh, Chris wants to know how mountains would even be formed. Well, God made them. God put mountains on the earth. That's all you need to know.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
But my point is, like, if it's refraction, that's very convenient, right? Like, the refractive conditions of that day just so happen to consistently make the earth look like it's flat, predictably in advance,
Sure, but from what he was just saying, it's not refraction. It
would have to be.
But based off the math he just did.
Yeah, for the shorter number you gave me, the 155 mile, it should be visible even without the refraction. 430 feet of it. Refraction would add to that, of course. But the top of the mountain should absolutely be visible.
You can see way more than just the top of the mountain.
Well,
and we have observations.
I need to know what the picture is. Like, I didn't know what to look for.
Yeah, like I said, I'll send them all to you. They're actually videos.
Yeah, if you could give the location and the date and the time of when the videos were taken, because then we can get the atmospheric conditions of it. We should be able to calculate the amount of refraction that would be existing in that, portion.
Yeah, let me see if actually my Telegram can help me out here.
That'd be great.
He uses Telegram, of course he does. Doesn't he know it's something called point of view? Yep, and perspective and all that. Are they built with a Lego kit? If that was true, I need those Legos so I can knock out the people I despise. Yes, approach your army. What's it? Your flat Earth army.
Well, yeah, and like,
if you can prove any of the shit, I will admit you're right, but we already know you can't, so go fuck yourself. That's pretty much it, dude.
I'm not trying to pull a fast one on you guys. I'm just letting
No,
you
I
know,
know.
like,
Pull a fast one? All you said is lies. They were ready for you. They knew what they were getting into. What's it? Like, that's all you do is lie and lie and lie. Trust me, you're not pulling a fast one.
Oh, you're good.
Globe Earth model for sure. I talk to people that are like, like obsessed with proving the globe. Trust me, and like, I think truth doesn't interfere investigation. I try to still man the globe. The still man of the globe.
No, you don't.
This, whatever the values are.
No, you don't.
For sure, is that the mountains were refracted around the globe.
You don't steel man the globe. If you steel man the globe, then you wouldn't believe in this garbage that you do. They already knew you're a dumbass. They won before this video was even recorded, correct?
In all three of the scenarios. And
so one thing
you can believe that if you want
the
to.
only my issue is that the only example you've given us turned out to match what we said.
No.
You gave us 100. The only numbers you gave us match what we said.
No, it didn't.
You're saying that you'd still see 400 feet of the curve,
430
and I'm
feet.
just I'm spitballing the numbers. Like, imagine adding like 15 more miles. When I'm just kind of guessing the
400
number.
feet of the mountain.
But it doesn't even matter. Like 400 feet of the mountain of a 9,000 foot mountain is not a large percentage. So you're just going to see like the peak of the tallest part of those mountains. Canigou, the tallest mountain, is around 9,000 feet, right? Which means you're not going to see all the other mountains around them. You're just going to see the top 400 feet of the tallest mountain. That's not what we see in the observation. We see the sunset behind an entire range of mountain.
Okay, so you're still not providing this video. You can believe your factual information if you want, but you're still fucking wrong.
You see much more than just the peak of it. And the official globe position is that the mountain's being refracted up. And sometimes it's seen, for sure, sometimes it's seen where the entire mountain should be below the horizon. And like, it's okay. Like I said, they claim it's standard refraction. It bends around the globe and just the rate matches the globe or whatever. But to me, like, let's just use some common sense.
Yes. To me, Witsit, using common sense, is going to say a lie or something that doesn't make any sense at all.
You can book a flight right now for September, and as long as it's not super cloudy, you can go look at the mountains set behind Canigou, and you can reliably see them from behind the curve. And to me, it's absurd to think that the refraction is just so happen to consistently show us what looks like the Earth is flat, and then lifts.
It doesn't make the Earth look flat. Like it doesn't make the Earth look flat. It shows the mountains, right? It's not making it look flat. Well, we know this is going to be bullshit, but continue.
The mountains just enough and then stops.
But if the
to
Earth
be right in front of us like it's flat. I mean,
but if
that's
the Earth
insane to me.
was flat, then you would be able to see it, what you're describing, every day of the year.
Correct.
That isn't true, though. So think about this.
How in God's name is that not true?
About this. So even in the globe model, right? So if we think about it from a globe paradigm, you can't see the mountains until the sun sets behind them, right? So
wait, what?
You can't see the mountains on those. Typically on these days, you can't even see the mountains until the sun gets behind them. Because when the sun creates the silhouette, you can see the mountains, but before that, you can't even see them. The reason is because light gets absorbed into the air, to the atmosphere, right? So like it's called attenuation. So it's just kind of like how if it's foggy, you can't see as far as if it isn't, right? So the light's going to get absorbed into the medium, and it doesn't make it to where you can see the mountains. It's not resolvable information anymore. The sun is so bright, though, right? So when the sun gets behind it, it adds all this new information, like way brighter light, and it can make it through the attenuation of the atmos. And whether it's globe or flat, both explanations are the same there. Because, like, obviously, if we can't see on the globe until the sun gets behind it, the same thing is happening, right?
Well,
like the light's being attenuated.
Just really quickly, that confuses me because as the sun reaches lower in the horizon, it has to go through more atmosphere, which would then cause more attenuation. And so, I mean, I understand.
That was what I was thinking too. I was trying to visualize like. I love these two dudes. Wait, what? Did he really just say that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these guys are fantastic. I love this guy on the left. He's fantastic.
And here, to me, it sounds less like the light would get more intense because that's not what would happen. It sounds more like because of the absence of the light behind the shadow of the mountain, it's a lot more visible because you're dealing with sunlight and attenuation versus no sunlight at all. It makes it easier to see it because of that. But I don't understand how it would be the opposite scenario, considering, you know, on either model, as the sun is dipping towards the horizon, there is more atmosphere that it has to go through.
Yeah, that's a good point. You have to think about it, though, right? So the light is actually when we just look out and we see.
You just gotta think about it. Yo, Dazzle, what's up? I'm at work though, just popping in for a quick minute. Yo, what's up? Thank you so much for hanging out. Turn the volume down to a 4 just. Yeah, I know, right? Holy moly.
The light is reflecting off, the sun's coming to the mountains, then reflecting to us, right? So by the time it reflects and gets like diffused reflections off the mountains, it comes to us, it's decreased in like magnitude a lot, right? Like the strength of the light has gotten a lot less by coming down, the sunlight's coming down, reflecting off the mountain and then back to us so we can see it. In this scenario, the sun is in our direct line of sight behind the mountain. So we're seeing the actual.
So I'm like, he's with the words that he's saying, he's debunking the flat Earth. He is debunking the flat Earth based off of how the sun behaves in the sky. So we're talking hypotheticals now. That's all they can talk about. That's all they talk in. If you don't remember last week, these guys asked Witsit, how big is the sun, or where is the sun, or this and that. And he's like, well, we don't know. I mean, that's it. It's all hypotheticals. It's like, we don't know. We don't know where. We don't know. Dude, I should have been on for this. That's what I'm saying. What's the topic today? We're continuing the debate between Witsit and the Lore Lodge right now. It's a flat Earth.
source of light as opposed to the reflection of the light. So it's way stronger. And yes, it's in the dense part of the atmosphere, but the light always is, right? Like in this scenario, we're looking at the mountains through the most dense part of the atmosphere.
You can say atmosphere. It's okay. It's okay, Witsit. It's an atmosphere because it's spherical around the spherical Earth. You don't have to call it the Atmos. Okay. I like how the dude on the left is like, "Are you done being a freaking alien?" So good.
Most anyway. So it's just that it's a line of sight with the sun as opposed to it being up here and reflecting back down. And like I said, this is the same on both.
But it would be all the way up. It would be up here reflecting down at all times if the Earth was flat.
Both models, because you can't see the mountain until the sun gets below it. And the reason
how does that happen?
was to kind of address your idea of like, well, shouldn't we always see them if the Earth is flat? Most people don't really think about or know about this, right? It's called attenuation of light. It exists on both models. You definitely would not see forever if the Earth was flat. The light attenuates.
So real quick,
I
I would like to shift gears a little bit here just in terms of atmospheric elements, because that reminds me of something that I saw a little bit earlier, which is, so I'm very amateur into meteorology, partially because I like to spend a lot of time on the water, particularly on the ocean. And it's very important to understand how meteorology works in that regard, because not only, are you surrounded by water and a lot of, things can happen very quickly.
Yes.
But it's also just generally preparing for it and understanding why things are happening quickly and things like that. But just a little brevity on that. One thing that occurs on the Earth that we see in hurricanes and typhoons is hurricanes. I believe it's in the northern hemisphere, especially around the Florida area, because we see them a lot in that area given the atmospheric conditions. They spin, I believe, clockwise.
Okay, so what he's going to go into, he's completely 180ing this. What he's going to talk about now is Coriolis effect. So before we just completely hop topics here, I'm going to go ahead and go to the bathroom real quick. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I am back. I have returned. I hope you like the generic techno music. Here we go. Shall we continue?
In the northern hemisphere, whereas typhoons in the southern hemisphere, which are, it's another name for the same, weather event, spins counterclockwise. And the globe model attributes that to the Coriolis effect, which is due to the Earth as a globe being, spinning on its axis, and the equator being slightly larger, things like that. All those little details taken into account, because of the way that the spin affects the atmosphere, it causes a divergence in atmospheric conditions based on its direction and distance from the equator. And that causes the varying rotation that is consistent in the northern and southern hemisphere of these large weather systems. So, is there any flat Earth argument to explain that phenomenon?
Yeah. So it's important to understand.
I actually don't know the flat Earth explanation for this, and I don't think you understand how excited I am to hear the next words that come out of his mouth.
The variables from the other side. So I'll do it pretty quickly. So, like, for example, the spin of the Earth, right, is actually the spin of the universe, right? The sky spins instead of the Earth spinning, right? So this generates real inertial forces. So you will have like forces generated if the whole like sky spinning around you, right? So to keep that in mind. Also, you have the sun. If we're tilted, you mentioned the tilt, right? So we're on a tilted axis in the globe model. On a flat Earth model, the sun is just at an angle, right? So the sun itself is at an angle, and the Earth is horizontal. And then the globe says, well, it looks like the sun's at an angle because we're tilted. So you keep that in mind. It seems like as the sun moves in and out and in its angular relationship to the Earth, that it's like the flow, the energy flow from the sun can directly affect the Earth at the angle at which it has an ecliptic path over top of us.
Okay. So he's saying that the Coriolis effect is caused by the sun and its energy rotating around us up in the sky that never sets. I mean, that sets, but like doesn't go behind. It does go behind mountains, but it depends on the direction of the turtle.
And when it comes to the overall rotation of the universe, I don't want to get too technical, right? But that generates.
Oh, please, Whitsid, get technical.
Like inertial forces. So you would have centrifugal forces, right, with the angular momentum of the universe spinning around, and then you would have Coriolis forces. So not to be confused with the globe version of Coriolis, which is an apparent deflection because the Earth is supposedly spinning. But
so when we observe something that has been tested and factual, and it doesn't fit the flat Earth model, they say it's the apparent. Okay. Now, sorry, my brain. There are equations. There's science done to explain the Coriolis effect. And it proves, oh my God, it proves a globe. Okay. There's no math, there's no science that'll prove a flat Earth based off of the inertia of the universe spinning above the Earth and the sun and the energy of the sun spinning above us, creating some kind of a Coriolis effect. That's not the Coriolis effect, but it is
an actual Coriolis force, which would be twice the magnitude, which would create an inward force. And then you would have, people call them Euler forces with satellites and stuff. We won't get into that. But long story short.
No. here's the thing, Mary. Wouldn't we have been flung off? Well, the centrifugal. Listen, I'm trying to steel man the flat Earth position here with these questions. I can't.
There are real forces generated on a stationary Earth as the sky spins around it. The stars in the sky and the sky spins around it, creating real forces. The sun's at an angle and it has real forces as well that are going to interact with us in relation to the
West Side Girl reacts, says, have Witsit do the math. I would love to. I would love to see Witsit do any math.
That's going to give you all of the weather patterns that we have. And then the globe interprets it through the lens of, oh, well, the reason there's a tilt is because we're tilted, right? The reason that there's a spin is because we're spinning. And so they just attribute the effects to something different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I do have one other question and thought.
Okay.
Because we're tilted, right? The reason that there's a spin is because we're spinning. And so they just attribute the effects to something different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I do have one other question.
Is he fighting demons? Was a demon just attacking him?
Hello there.
Karen, you're late. Karen, you're late.
Question and thought.
Okay.
It's similar to this. So I want to get a preface of your understanding before I ask the question. So in terms of the atmosphere, since we're on that
the Atmos, sir,
topic, how does that separate in your version of the flat Earth model from ground to atmosphere to space of the universe?
Our brains are bleeding. Yeah, my brain's pretty. They break bad on him in hour 2. Oh my god, I am an hour away from hour 2. Translation. Oh yeah, I know I zonked out. That's fine, Karen. That's fine. I want to see what level of stupid I'm dealing with. I can't. West Side, don't spoil it for me.
Because I just, I want to clarify that before I ask my question.
Yeah, good question. Like basically, how do you have a gradient?
Yes.
Yeah, so obviously we would say that the antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container.
Yep, I was actually explaining this. I forget who I explained this to. That, flat earthers, I think it was at work. Flat earthers think that, because there's gas pressure on Earth, that there has to be a physical container. Okay. Like a dome or something that's containing the air and all that kind of stuff on the Earth. Now, what is actually, he's not completely wrong, right? He's not wrong. Flat earthers are not wrong. You need a container to hold gas, right? Gas pressure 100% depends on how many tacos you ingest. Perfect. Now, there's also forces that can be a container, right? And that container is gravity. Gravity is the container. And if you actually, if you look, there's studies that say that there's nitrogen and oxygen and hydrogen up at the moon, because it's leaking from it's not leaking, right? But it's the continuation of our atmosphere into space. So like, it's there is the only containment of the air on the Earth is gravity. It's not a physical barrier.
The globe kind of claims, well, no, it's not true. Ours is gravity or whatever. And it would kind of be the one exception. You can't replicate it, whatever.
You can replicate gravity. You can replicate gravity. It's called the West Side, help me out. What's the with the 2 lead balls? Cavendish experiment. Thank you. Yes, it has been replicated on Earth with the Cavendish experiment. However, it's a very small scale. Now, this is just a personal gripe of mine. Okay. Now, these people want us to be able to duplicate or replicate the effect of Earth's gravity, right? But Earth's gravity is dependent on mass. We don't have anything on Earth that is the same density and mass of the Earth. Like I asking for something impossible, okay, and then saying, well, since you can't do the impossible, therefore it's fake, right, or it doesn't exist. That's your argument. Like, that's their argument. It blows my fucking mind. Yeah, I know. Already. Centrifuges. No, it's the Cavendish experiment. I can show you what the Cavendish experiment looks like. Cavendish. Cavendish experiment. Apparatus. Videos. So the Cavendish experiment is actually, oh cool. Okay, here we go. This is
a successful replication of the Cavendish experiment.
So this proves gravity. Okay, so this is so basically the way this works is there's two lead or high mass, high density objects that are of equal weight on either side of a tension bar. Okay, now where you can replicate or prove gravity, right, is if the tension bar starts to spin, right? Because the only way it would start to spin with no external forces is if the two objects are attracting each other. So that's how this works.
After viewing the video, I'm really happy with the results. When I went back and looked at this, after I last touched the torsion balance, this end was moving this direction, so it was rotating clockwise. But on its own, it came to a stop and started rotating back this direction. So we must be really close to the equilibrium position on this right now. So when we started it, it was over this way. I'm going to be just trying to stop any motion. And let's see it. I can't in the time operation.
So basically, these two lead things at the end of this torsion bar are being attracted basically by the mass of the bowling balls.
So it looks like we've had
However, this is a really poor how you say example of it. However,
first.
That's the general idea of what the Cavendish experiment is, to prove gravity.
Special pleading is what I would say. But long story short, so I would say gradient is change in pressure.
Look up Blue Marble Science. He built a 3/4 size based on Cavendish plans. All right, I'll check that out after this.
X, and so you need X to have the delta X. So you need the gas pressure to have a change in the first place. I would say that's our argument. Most people kind of divert to gradient. Not saying you're doing that. Obviously, you're just asking a question. So anyway,
thanks.
I would say that we have, for one, it's relative density layers, right? Obviously on its base. So like they sort out based on density. And so then the question would be like, well, what is density? What gives something density? What gives something weight? And these are good questions. I could answer them all. Density is compactness of matter. So there's an electrostatic bond that holds them together. Weight is mass times gravity. So that's volume and density times the fact that things fall down at an average.
Yeah, weight is a force, correct?
All electric.
So
I don't want to get too in the weeds. To quickly
I
answer-
would like to. There was one thing you said that stuck out to me, which was the density issue. So, if density is ultimately what causes things to fall, then theoretically things that are different densities should always fall at different rates, right?
I love what he just said, because this argument is again, because what Witsit says is gravity is electrostatics or electromagnetics or something, or something electrostatics, we'll call it. I do believe that's what it is, what he calls gravity, where where all matter is being attracted to the ground because of electrostatics, right? So what the main argument against that is that everything would fall at a different rate because everything has a different level of electrostatics, right? Or not at all, right? Yo, what's up, Mandy? How you doing?
No. So to clarify, I'm not even saying that things.
But then it's like no, that's not how it works. It's like, okay, well then you're like everything, like if you take
only fall because of density, it's just that you have to define each term. I would say that there has to be something that sets the up and down.
Gravity.
And I would say that that's electric in nature. We have a downward electric current on the Earth.
There it is.
It's 10 microamps per cubic meter, so it's very small, but it's measurable. You can actually run a generator off of it. It's pretty fast, and just off the sky. Long story short, it's nearly constant, right? And that sounds familiar, right? Because the rate at which things fall is nearly constant. It isn't exactly 9.8 constantly.
Depending on what it's falling towards. Holy shit, she's getting way too excited over there. Wait, is terminal velocity not a thing? I mean, it is. Just listen to what he has to say.
Right, fluctuates slightly based on where you are and if there's electrical field conditions, blah blah blah. So
no, it has nothing to do with electrical field conditions.
I would say there's an electric bias. We have tons of electromagnetic energy coming from the sky, measurably. It sets a downward bias, there's a downward electric current, and then everything kind of sorts itself out with density relative to those mediums, meaning it's going to choose if it goes up or down relative to its medium after the electric current has set the up or down. And once it goes down.
So West Side Girl React said he's picking from the Feynman lectures. And that's correct. That's absolutely correct. West Side, correct me if I'm wrong, but in those lectures, he mentions that he's talking about the attraction of atoms and molecules together, correct? And not of gravity. It's at a tiny like atomic scale, right? Where electrostatics is he says more powerful than gravity, right? But that's at a atomic level. Okay. Now what flat earthers do is they cherry pick out of the Feynman lectures saying, oh well, this guy just said that electrostatics is stronger than gravity, so therefore gravity doesn't exist because it's all electrostatics.
I'm just going to go at general rates, right? It can only go so fast.
It just sorts itself out. I can explain why exactly what it does. I can't explain why.
That's basically, once it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up, it goes up. So yeah, that would be the answer. You're asking obviously a very deep question, which is basically
what if
a replacement for gravity.
Well, no, I'm trying to get to
I have
something.
some thoughts.
What if there's no medium? What if it's a vacuum?
So okay.
So there is no such thing as a perfect vacuum. Space is just a almost perfect vacuum. It is a low pressure system.
Question. So well, for one, obviously.
Hi, Mandy Cakes. Let's go. I'm starting to think this dude. Oh my god. Thinks we live on a giant Hunger Games arena. You only did 10,000 steps today? Wow. Come on, Mandy, get with it. I'm just kidding. That's fantastic. I did not do 10,000 steps today. That is for sure. Nitwit's hair is dark because he has to pull his head out of his ass to be audible. Density towers don't work in free fall. I have to look that up too. Oh, I have to look up blue marble science. Hold on, I gotta start taking notes here. That's really annoying. All right, Blue Marble Science. I've heard of Blue Marble Science. And what else did you say? Density towers. All right. An ad starts in 1 minute. For you Twitchers out there.
If you pull the air out of a vacuum chamber, like you just made it less dense.
We're over here having laughs. YouTube's actually
matter.
debunking shit. Well, that's man. Andy, what did I say at the beginning of the stream? So Westside, since you're very obviously you're here watching this. I'll explain it to you guys again since there are some new people in Twitch chat as well. On June 14th, I will be interviewing the head of the final experiment at 9:00 Eastern time. So it's going to be a short interview, probably like a half hour. I don't want to take up too much of his time. But yeah, I'm very excited to talk to him about that, like one-on-one. I'm super stoked to do that. So if you wanna watch that, it'd be really cool. Will Duffy's a good guy. He is a good guy. I've seen him be interviewed by FTFE. I've watched all of his videos on the final experiment. He's very nice. When I emailed him, he was super cool. But yeah, he's gonna be a guest on the Drunk Debunk Show June 14th at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you wanna watch that, go ahead. Just subscribe, join us. It'll be a good time.
Well, obviously there's no such thing as an actual perfect vacuum, but even if you were able to remove all matter, my point is, say you drop a brick, it's more dense than the air, right? If you put that brick in a vacuum, it's still more dense than the vacuum. You actually just made the medium less dense, right? So it's still more dense is what I'm saying.
Well,
but in
yes,
addition
but
to that,
what I'm asking is, if you have a brick and a feather in a vacuum,
yeah,
should they not fall at the same rate? If density is all it is, or should they fall at different rates? If different is what I meant to say. If you have a brick and a feather in a vacuum and you drop them, they should fall at different rates, right? If density is the issue.
See, this is a question that's been asked of Witsit 100 gajillion times. 100 gajillion times, and he'll always have this look on his face, this smug ass fucking look, and then lie. Watch this. Mini buffalo chicken sandwich. Nice. Yo, let's go. With blue cheese, I'm assuming. I want to know how in the world are you going to get a brick in a vacuum? Landon. You know what? I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Literally was told now I'm alive. You won't be able to. So my wife threw away our vacuum chamber, but we made one. We made a vacuum chamber. Actually, I can show you videos of our vacuum chamber. You ready for this? All right, let's see. What is it called? Nextcloud? Oh, let me open the let me go over here. All right. Check this out. You ready? All right. I gotta wait for it to. This is it. Make sure Nextcloud is running on your PC, then try again. There, it's running. What, it has a download? You can't just play from the cloud? Oh no, that's my wife drinking her let me wait for the thumbnails to load in. Alright, let's see. So we did some experiments. Where are the experiments? Oh, you know what? I don't think they're on my phone. What's this? Oh, it is. Look. So we put soda in a little vacuum chamber, and we sucked the air out. Isn't that cool? Super nifty. Look, we're making it do all the carbohydrate. That's cool. Fucking idiot. Look, and then we sucked all the air out, right? And then all the air was coming out of these little pipettes, is what they're called. See that? Sucking all the air out. And then you let the air back in, watch what happens. Are you ready? Watch. And whoa. This that's my wife and I doing science. Okay. Yo, what's up, Sean Hawkins? How you doing? Welcome back. I keep my weed in a vacuum jar. Yeah, exactly, because it keeps it fresh. It keeps it fresh. I finally tried. Just don't drop the brick on me. That's all I ask. I lost the video that I had. I closed it by accident, so I need to go find that again. Let's see. We got great heliocentrism debate.
Disrespectful or anything or be like rude. I'm just saying, like,
a lot of discussions I've had with flat earthers.
I'm pointing at your anyway. So scientifically, and that sounds familiar, right? Because the rate at which things fall is nearly constant. It isn't exactly.
All right, we're kind of in the same area.
Fluctuates slightly based on where you are and if there's.
Yo, Greek yogurt is fantastic.
Blah, blah, blah. So I would say there's an electric bias.
We do vanilla Greek yogurt parfaits with fruit and granola. Yeah, it's delicious.
Whoa! And everything kind of sorts itself out with
the couple that sciences together stays
meaning it's going to choose if it goes up or down.
That was such a fun night too.
To its medium after the electric current has set the up or down, and once it goes down, it's just going to go at general rates, right? It can only go so fast, basically. Once it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up, it goes up. So yeah, that would be the answer. You're asking obviously a very deep question, which is basically what if replacement for gravity.
Well, no, I'm trying to get to something. What if there's no medium? What if it's a vacuum?
So okay, good question. So well, for one, obviously, if you pull the air out of a vacuum chamber, like you just made it less dense, right? Like so
removed all matter.
Well, obviously, there's no such thing as an actual perfect vacuum, but even if you were able to remove all matter, my point is...
Shut the fuck up, what's it? Like, thank you for explaining what space is. Thank you for explaining that space is not a perfect vacuum. I'm more like a caveman. I just hit men in the head and drag them back. What? Yeah, where's my Mandy bonk? Oh, it should be there. It's not there? I guess I got rid of it. Oh wow, that is barren. Where'd all my things go? His cranial cavity is the perfect vacuum. I love it. Well, remember your whole shit yeah, I do, but I thought I kept that though, because that was I thought that was on you know, the sound thing, like an extension from Twitch. I earned that bonk. You did earn that bonk. Yes, you did. It was when everything got reset. Yeah, I guess I can see about getting that back.
Say you drop a brick, it's more dense than the air, right? If you put that brick in a vacuum, it's still more dense than the vacuum. You actually just made the medium less dense, right? So it's still more dense is what I'm saying.
Well,
but in
yes,
addition
but
to
what,
that,
what I'm asking is if you have a brick and a feather,
Which is significantly less mass.
vacuum,
yeah,
should they not fall at the same rate? If density is all it is, or should they fall at different rates? If different is what I meant to say. If you have a brick and a feather in a vacuum and you drop them, they should fall
the cookies are gone, Santa's gone. Oh yeah, I miss Santa. I'm not gonna lie. You got a dad joke for me? Wait, I thought feathers were heavier than lead. My wife's like, if you had a kilo of feathers and a kilo of lead, which is heavier? How many idiots does it take to screw in a light bulb? 500. One to hold the light and 499 to turn the house. A more important question is, does the density of an object change during free fall? Ooh, I like that. I mean, obviously the answer would be no. The feathers I'm assuming you've all seen that video. It was fucking hilarious.
different rates, right? If density is the issue.
I don't-
And again,
I
we're
don't
saying a
think so.
near perfect vacuum.
yeah, because that's all it exists, right? But no, I would say I don't think so. No, because once it goes down, and so
Feathers are measured in a vortipus, which is slightly heavier than apothecary. I believe you, Sean. I got a 3 on my SATs. I'm just tell you what, getting healthy sure gives me more energy. I don't sleep as much. Well, I mean, that's not. I'm glad a pound of feathers is heavier. A pound of feathers is heavier than a pound of lead. It does if it's a human without a parachute shitting themselves uncontrollably. That's fair.
it starts to increase its speed as it can, its acceleration down. Obviously, they only would drop at the same rate in a vacuum, right? Because you have air resistance. If you don't have that air resistance, the feather's more dense in the air, the brick's more dense in the air. So that's just going to decide that it goes down and or up, right? And then it's going to fall in relation to that medium. And also,
but what's pulling it down is the thing. There's a force that's pulling it down, right? He says it's electrostatics, but the electron makeup of both of those objects are not the same.
You still have electric fields.
Like, did you hear his voice crack when he was like, "Listen to that. We still have electric fields."
To decide that it goes down and or up, right? And then it's going to fall in relation to that medium. And also, in a vacuum, you still have electric fields. So there's something called the free impedance of free space.
Like he knows he's just spewing bullshit. Like you can, like, if you put a lie detector on him, like it's gonna go boo 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 when he says shit like this. You can hear it in his voice. He knows he's about to tell a lie. Did this guy ever take science classes in school? I mean, you can, but like, if you just deny it at all. A pound of feathers is heavier, but it's less dense on top. He's just a Ken Wheeler mouthpiece. All right, I gotta look up Ken Wheeler as well. All right. Are your kids out of school? No, they're not. My kids are not out of school yet. They have a little bit left. A couple weeks, middle of June, I think.
You have electric permittivity, magnetic permeability.
Oh, Ken Wheeler. I know who Ken Wheeler is. Yeah, Ken Wheeler isn't he like the dude that was like, that just came up with all this bullshit, and like it's just a bunch of like bunch of electromagnetic stuff that this guy just came up with. Like, he has no education. He has no like background in physics or anything like that. And he just came up with this explanation for a replacement of gravity, right? Which is what's its thing. Falsification is independent of replacement or whatever. Whitsitt has said many times that he needs the Earth to be small and local because he doesn't want to feel insignificant and just a speck in the vast cosmos. That's Ken. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I was like, oh, Ken Wheeler. Oh, and then like, it's like, obviously I know who fucking Ken Wheeler is. Some of these dudes probably doing this shit because they're getting rich off of it. I mean, look at his fucking studio. I went over this last week. Look at his studio. Of course he's getting rich off of this shit. Look at that couch. That couch is like $10,000. Not because they actually believe it. The thing is that I truly believe that Whitsitt doesn't believe what he's saying, but he's gonna spout it anyway. Because he just wants to be contrarian, and it is making him money. And like Sean Hawkins just said over on YouTube, that he doesn't want to feel insignificant because he's had too many existential crises. Okay, we've all had our existential crises. Okay, I don't know one human being who hasn't sat there and had a panic attack over, holy shit, I am meaningless, right? Like that's part of being human. That's part of being an adult, right? Because you go through this, and I get that you have your ways of coping, but this is a little too much, Whitsitt. Those RGB light panels are, oh yeah, look at how many there are too. There's a gajillion of them. His wife's parents bought them a bus RV. Wait, really? All right, maybe he's not as rich as I thought. Maybe he put all of his scamming money into his studio and nothing else. Do you have a background in electroscience? No, but I stuck a fork in an outlet once. Let's call him Nitwit. Sounds good to me. It was like $100 per 5. Holy shit, dude. And he has a plethora of them, like an entire wall full of them.
This electric interaction going on. Electrostatic, right? The brick is electrostatic. Even in the vacuum, it's electrostatic. You can get all into the weeds with that. With the, like we have already proven, there's electromagnetic fluctuations in effect. Air resistance. If you don't have that air resistance, the feather's more dense in the air, the brick's more dense in the air. So that's just going to decide that it goes down and or up, right? And then it's going to fall in relation to that medium.
Stop it. Get some help.
Hello, testing. My God, dude, what the fuck is happening with my Go XLR tonight? Like, holy shit. Like, holy moly, dude. Like, just work. Stop fucking up. Like, I'm pretty sure that like the USB port, like cable is like just super shitty. I think I need to replace it. And I've had this thing for like 3 years, but like still, like it shouldn't be like checking for updates. Like, and then it's like, oh no, check for updates, man. God damn it, you sound like frickin' Whitsitt. Anywho, I get my chats back up because everything just frickin' freaked out. That's a $200 wall. This wall right here, you think is $200? You mean a $2,000 wall? It's probably Andy, yeah. Probably. I refuse to update my Go XLR. Well, mine won't even.
And also, in a vacuum, you still have electric fields. So there's something called the free impedance of free space. So you have electric permittivity, magnetic permeability. Even inside vacuums, there's this electric interaction going on. The feather is electrostatic, right? The brick is electrostatic. Even in the vacuum, it's electrostatic.
Like, to what extent though? Like you can't just say it's electrostatic and then just end it there, because there's a measurable amount of electrostatics, right? It's measurable, and the electrostatics on feathers is going to be a lot higher than that of a brick. So like saying that oh, it's electrostatics, it's even in a vacuum, it's measurable. Okay, those things are measurable, but that doesn't explain the amount of force that's pulling those objects to the ground. Does this man have kids, Mandy? Yes, he does. Oh, they aren't as expensive as I thought. They're probably. Oh, I see. I missed that comment. This man probably couldn't pull a girl because of how he's married, dude. He's married. Like he talks about his wife and stuff. Like, you know what? Actually, now that we're on the topic, let's see what's going on over here.
Get things done, whatever might appeal to him first before you go, dude, you're a goofball. So I don't know that he's a goofball.
I mean, he has a tape. He has a tape, a clip of all these flat earthers saying that, the key to the whole thing is Antarctica. The key to the whole thing is Antarctica. We need to go to Antarctica. We need to do this. And suddenly now they got a chance to go to Antarctica.
That's not necessarily
and everybody
the Antarctic sun. That's never been one of our big strong points. It was mostly, the mileage.
You ever find it strange, Paige, like how desperate you are for these other people that you call flat earthers to be involved in your things?
In his own narrative.
Oh, okay.
It just shows.
It's like you're just so desperate that the people that you want so badly to be involved, you also are ridiculing. Is there a reason you think this isn't working out?
Yeah, it just shows the inauthenticness, or what's the word I want?
Sounded like Issa.
And the waterman's got the fire.
I would say it's
in
the
his
inauthenticity
eyes.
for you to try to ridicule people for not being involved in something. Me?
It's always been Antarctica is the key, and suddenly here's a chance to go to Antarctica, and everybody bails.
And trying to be a retarded
So what is
hero.
your point?
Well, why is everybody bailing? Again, I can see.
Okay, hold on. What is? Hold up. What
They
is
voted you long
everybody
ago.
bailing mean? First of all, dude, we have an individual who has debated flat Earth a few times. I think he debated Witsit, right? The William Duffy guy. He comes out lying and deceiving people about the project. He then does it, hooks in with Fight the Flat Earth, MC2, and many of these characters that have a tremendous history of various nefarious activities for many years.
Yes.
And then they're all
yes,
very highly
that
nefarious.
MC2,
and
he's
they're all teaming
nefarious.
together, and then they're trying to do like a campaign where they're trying to email the people that they flaunt after, these quote unquote flat earthers that they're all into. So they're desperately doing
Quote,
this stuff,
unquote?
emailing, trying to get dramas involved. I know that on Glowbusters with Jaren and Witsit, I heard little parts of it. I don't think I didn't really get into the whole thing of it, but they did I think an entire show where they talked all about it and went through the whole thing, went through the emails, because I heard a little bit of it where they were like, well, yeah, at the beginning we figured, hey, maybe it could be legit. Let's just take it on face value, etc. And then Jaren goes through the emails he got. Witsit goes through the thing with he got. So yes, there are from what I have seen already, there are multiple layers of highly nefarious activities. So to then try to use the fact that they're trying to hype this up and do whatever they're doing, and then for you, somebody who has just heard about this third party, to think that it's somehow valid to try to put out some kind of like a stereotype ridicule upon the whole community that quote unquote nobody has signed up with these nefarious characters that all have histories of deception and all these other things going on, to then be surprised that one of them doesn't want to put their life on the line, essentially. Now whether you think it's whether you think it's their life on the line or not, it could be nonetheless. And either way, so for you to do that is just lacking authenticity.
All right, that's bullshit. You're making up stories, though. It is bullshit, Dan. Nobody's.
Well, really? Talk to Uber Flat Earth about going into the hospital on our expedition. Talk about how he was left behind on an expedition in the hospital.
Wasn't an expedition, Dan.
Well, it certainly was. He was out in the wilderness,
and he had an asthma
needed
attack.
To be taken to civilization for immediate hospitalization.
All right, I don't know how that's really related.
He had an
What-
Asperger's attack at
is that related?
consultancy because it stunk.
Well,
and
because
you
I
were
said
there.
that it could be threatening their lives or whatever.
Yeah, when you get out and do things,
Idiot, too.
things happen.
You don't know. Stuff happens.
When you go out and do things,
See,
things
Dan,
happen.
The fun time was
no
over.
shit.
Now look at how serious this is. We got Peyton Acid Shill biting at people's ankles, the flat earthers that he's after that haven't signed up for this sham.
No, and nobody signed up. That's the thing. Nobody has signed up. Not just anybody.
Why don't you sign up?
I'm not on the list for one, and for second, I would if they had a chance. You bet your ass I'd go there.
Yeah, and the conflation that the idea that there was all these flat earthers saying, yeah, Antarctica's the key, like that's the deciding factor. When you're kind of conflating the idea that maybe going beyond the ice wall or beyond Antarctica could have been something people talked about, but not like, oh, a 24-hour sun will prove it one way or another. No flat earthers saying that, or will
So
ever say that.
that's not
And
true.
It doesn't mean no. It's
that's
not at
not
all.
true. New
That's
perspective.
not at all the way flat earthers are looking at it. Flat earthers are not saying 24-hour sun decides it one way or another because the globe has been debunked.
Yes,
100
they
other
are
ways.
saying that. They
It
are
doesn't-
saying
it
that.
doesn't
Winston says
make
that. Dirt says that.
Well, whoever's saying that,
Guys,
not
we
saying
gotta
that
slow
either.
down. Yeah, let's just reset for a
Yeah, let's
second.
slow down.
We gotta definitely go one at a time.
That's stupid. All right.
Because there's no way that works. There's no way that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica works.
All right, hold on. Before we get into, all right, if you want to get into the topic itself, that's a little bit separate thing. Let me just say one thing about your kind of this like stereotype ridicule thing that you're doing, this fallacy where you're trying to like assault everybody because somebody didn't sign up for a trip. Now, if the main thing of
Geo
it, if this
is like-
guy, as far as I understand, he's willing, at least the proposal or whatever, is that he's claiming, and when I say claiming, these things have come and gone over the years multiple times. So, I mean, if this is quote unquote the real deal, all right, it'd be the first ever. But already seeing who's involved and the deception already involved, I mean, that you know, or Will Duffy already being publicly deceptive about it is already worrisome. But nonetheless, he's willing to pay for, it's a company, right, that's doing the trip, and he's just willing to pay the money, and then the company is who takes them.
Not only that, you got to get to South America first.
But you get to South America, and then it's like he's putting up the money for you to go with a company, right? He's not the one taking people. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's paying for a company to do it. The thing is, whether or not the people he wants to go have said yes, the people that already have maybe a profile in the community, they have channels, they have lives and families and whatever that, and they have their own life, whether he's gotten his choice people or not, even if we take his proposal for what it is, I've already heard many people say that they would go. So in terms of finding a quote-unquote flat earther to go, that won't be a problem. It just sounds like he's selective. He wants someone to go that he thinks might give him media attention or have, you know, some connections.
I gotta stop you there, Gio, because if I didn't interrupt you, you just continue. So, Gio, it has been.
Yeah, that's not the case. I always stop speaking when I'm finished speaking.
Slightly before passing out.
Bullshit.
Okay, I'm gonna continue
the
talking now.
The longest talks I do are maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, but I don't do like 30-minute talks. So.
Okay, I've been on this for like 10 minutes now, and all I've heard was you. So, Gio, now you're saying that he is picking these people. Now,
yeah, you know what? You know what? You don't just come in here and start calling out people.
This guy to
Not only
begin
don't
with. This
deserve
guy's
that.
ignorant.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, Gio doesn't talk enough, in my opinion. I wish Gio would go on and on and on.
I
If
know
you'd
you
come in
do.
here
New perspective.
and treat the host of the whole place
from the
like that,
beginning.
bro.
Yeah,
Just like, come on, check yourself, bro. Check yourself. We'll give you a chance to talk, but don't start
available.
coming in with that attitude.
I know
And act
you're
like you know
scared
what
about
you're
what I'm
talking
gonna
about.
say. I know you're scared.
I'm not scared
So-
at all. I called you out on your own shit.
bored. We're bored already. We're not afraid. We're bored already.
All right, thank you, Dan.
Yeah, you're being very revealing
Okay,
in the way you're acting right now, Mike.
Okay.
And it won't take long for us to call you out again.
All right, Clearview. So, Gio,
excellent.
what I'm saying, okay, thank you, is it sounds like your understanding of the situation is that Will is choosing who goes, right, on the flat Earth side. That's a specific question to you.
No, this is your ignorance on the subject. He's already showed his disinterest, and your ignorance. Now you're going to test his
Gio's voice
disinterest against your ignorant.
sound like Geo.
Nice job. Think about what he's saying. He's all, I don't know stuff. I'm going to ask the guy who said he didn't give a fuck. It's like,
you might want to start with, hey,
Gio,
Mike,
you're
you
going to
might
answer
want
the
to start
question?
with an apology. Well, I don't think that Gio needs to be put on the spot. I wouldn't blame him for not answering you or not even responding to you the way you came in.
Okay, so
Check
let me
yourself,
just get to
bro.
my point
maybe
then.
offer an apology for your manners.
I'll just get to my point then. Thank you. So Will is not choosing who goes. He has polls up, and the community is choosing who goes. So it's not him choosing. Dearth was the first one to be chosen by the community, by the Flat Earth community, and he said no. And then Jaren was the second place winner.
Community.
Wait, who set up the polls?
That list was not created by the Flat Earth community.
Who set up the polls?
So the 24 people that he has on the polls, who was that created by?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're asking you.
Okay, so there's
They contacted
24.
those people specifically by email.
Yes.
That's why the list exists.
Perfect. Okay. So the list is Dearth and now Jaren. Okay.
Anyways.
Yeah, bro. We're gonna do all this on our own, dude. We don't really need any of that, so we're good.
Dave Weiss
what I'm asking is, you're just spouting information, like misinformation. You're saying that he chose who he's going to invite, right? But there's one.
We're going to talk to the guy Monday. That's what I came on to say.
There's one flat earther. There's one flat earther and one globe earther that he's paying to go, right? So that's what the poll is for. Anybody can go, but they have to pay their way. The only way that the polls are for who the community wants him to pay for.
Sure, like celebrity flat earther.
I mean,
we don't want him to pay for anybody.
I personally wouldn't rely on anyone to get me to a faraway place and then back. Yeah. Knowing that they're a liar, I just wouldn't do it personally. I mean, if other people want to put that in somebody, a liar's hands, that's on them.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Once that happens, this is serious stuff. Yeah, this is not. But yeah, go ahead.
Theo's right. You could die or end up fucking, I don't know, maimed.
Does that explain why the Antarctic Treaty exists then to you guys?
Hold on, Riggs
because you could die because it's dangerous.
Yeah, you could die.
Yeah, hold on.
Look, go ahead, Rick. I'll try to make this quick, but this whole offer is extremely one-dimensional globe Earth thinking. Like, you guys think that this is the once and for all gonna prove the thing or whatever, like whatever you got cooked up in your own little imagination is so one-dimensional. It has nothing to do with what we're questioning or what we're asking. Well, and you're so like blinded by your own ignorance, you can't even see that.
Witsit says it, Dirt says it. So these flat Earth, the head of flat Earth people are saying that the 24-hour sun.
Ourselves.
Okay,
flat Earth isn't like some what do you call it? A mono culture, right?
Yeah,
you got that right.
Yeah. So here's the problem, bro. The first things that have you ever seen like the 21 questions of flat Earth from ODD? This is about as old as it gets. Okay. The first questions were about, there is an Antarctic treaty. It seems like these countries are working together towards some kind of hierarchy against the people, right? They block access, at least freedom of exploration below the 60th degree parallel south.
Unless you have a permit.
Okay. Now you say, oh, is there a sun or not a sun in the south, right? Does it go the wrong way? Does it not? Do we see a sun, or is it just sunlight, right? Well, here's the problem. Going for 5 days and sending some non-scientific YouTubers down there just to prove your point is not going to do anything. Because if we do see a sun, so the fuck what? How do we know that they're in Antarctica? How do we know that there's not different? No, seriously. How do we know that they're in Antarctica? Right? First of all, how the fuck do we know that they are in Antarctica? Second of all, if we're questioning the Earth in its entirety, you're basically saying that the sky is the ground. We have never agreed with this. This has been one of our most primary arguments from the fucking beginning, the sky is not the ground. So if you're saying there's sky activity, therefore ground, is totally non sequitur. You would have to first correlate and prove it. Okay.
What does that even mean?
The third issue is the Antarctic Treaty in general. Like, if you're going to actually do a scientific inquiry, you want to have access with different teams of research over the whole expanse of the whole treaty that is blocking that access. We can't just ride our little boat down 60th degree parallel south. We cannot do that, right? And then they say, oh, well, it's only... Yeah, well, it's only for science and you can't have military there. Well, you know what? If they got rid of the Antarctic Treaty, I say let them send all the military there. Let it be overpopulated with regular ass people like ourselves who will actually be able to tell the difference, and then we can have all the inquiry we need.
Well, those are a lot of good points, but let's let them respond though. There's a lot of good points, but can we? Is that all right? Or do you want to keep going?
No, it's fine. There's 20 more things of these like this, man. And all I'm saying is this little like YouTube getaway trip, boxing match, whatever you guys got lined up, it's a waste of money, doesn't prove anything, and you guys are up your ass.
I would like to address a couple of those.
Can I left lane?
How do they?
That was directed to me, man. Like, you can pick up where I leave off, but really quick. So you said that they're sending non-scientific YouTubers, or they're requesting non-scientific YouTubers to go down to Antarctica. Is that's what I heard. Now,
well, do they have a PhDs? Do they have any professional history? Do they have professional
any flat earthers?
Yes, of course. There's many.
Yep, we all do.
You all do. You all have PhDs.
No, I didn't say all. You said do
this
any.
Guy did.
Yes.
Who? Dan the Waterman did.
There's not a single flat earther that has a science.
Yeah, this is a fallacious argument.
Okay. Anywho, okay. Let me get back on topic. Let me get back on topic. Let me get back on topic. Okay. All right. I'm trying to remember everything that you said, but you said something about sky and ground. I don't know what the hell you were talking about with that, so I'm going to skip over that.
Yeah, I can tell. You don't know the argument. This doesn't prove what we're questioning.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Well, it's a factor, though, Riggs, right? I mean, it's a factor, but it's just one part of a much larger tapestry.
You do know there's flat earthers that have been to higher education.
Oh
no, there's no flat earther with a scientific PhD.
So okay, so to continue,
we had a few hot micers. All right.
So to continue, shit, I don't remember everything that you just said. What was the last thing that you said, Riggs?
Said drink another beer.
I've already had 5, dude. It's a Drunk Debunk Show. I don't know what to tell you.
I can tell, and you're doing a shit job.
I can say the same.
Well, okay, there were a lot of points that were brought up. I mean, these are all factors. So, there's plenty to respond to. So there's plenty on the table, it seems.
Yeah, Mike over IP has a PhD. A pretty huge. God damn it, Zach.
In what?
Are you hot micing now, or?
No. Go on.
He's talking to his co-host or something.
Well, I thought, Riggs, the point you mentioned, which is interesting to consider.
Can someone help me out here? I don't remember what he fucking said. It was fucking retarded.
Thing is, and they have their website, and let's say they do it. They have one of the guys that they're looking for on
right, the Antarctic
2 guys
Treaty
or whatever that they want to send. It's a real question. I know some people are going to say, "Oh, you're not going to believe them, this and that," and try to use that as ridicule. But let's be real, like. 2 guys who we've never met, many of us have never met, that are like internet.
You weren't invited, Gio.
I mean, some have met them maybe in person, but very few. And then they claim that they did this.
It was hard to follow. Yeah, I agree.
And then they
That's why,
claim whatever footage. I mean, there is very, very little footage of any like amateur individuals. In fact, there's like none of like any actual like amateurs of like the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So I mean, if they did it, at least it would be one. Like you'd think you'd have 50 or 100 at least of people that have taken trips down there.
That's how
we'd have one, but that's about all it is
in the first place.
Which is why
like it's not that we say that there's no sun there. It's that the evidence is inconclusive.
Which is why
people like Witsit or Dearth or someone everybody knows and kind of trusts to go down there and observe it and take the pictures. Yeah, I know. Blah 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 blah. Who's that?
Why would we
I have a question. So who do we trust in a whole? Do we trust Witsit in what he says?
You know what the whole thing is we're not determining the shape of where we live or the nature of our reality by trusting people. That's what got us into this mess. So it's just ridiculous that this would have to be about trusting someone's word.
So new perspective.
Wait a minute, hold on. You can't send everybody down there. He's got to pick one. So you wanted to pick someone that is renowned or known or.
But it doesn't. It wouldn't matter anyway because we already know it's not a spinning ball. We know it's not a spinning ball in so many other ways.
Except that this would actually show that it is, and that's it's not flat at least.
Yeah, by the way, this guy is still picking. The whole point you said, Mike, that he did some poll thing, that's just sort of like a side point. He's still the one picking the dude at the end of the day. I mean, whatever polls come up, I mean, he's the one. If it's true that he is actually putting money towards, it's still the wording still fits. I mean, he's selecting two dudes, and whether he has polls or community advice or whatever is going on, that's kind of a side thing.
He's not selecting it. He's saying, "Hey guys, who do you want me to pay for?" And then the community says, "This is who we want you to pay for."
Okay,
How is that him selecting it?
A bunch of his Globe Earth YouTube friends?
It could be you. It could be the polls are incredibly transparent on both X and was it YouTube? But I mean, anybody can vote. Anybody. And
let me ask you. So I hear you. That topic's a little bit. We already went through that. So let's just carry on. I mean, thank you for saying that. If you felt like you needed to add it in, that's fine. It's if that's how we did it, that's fine. If there's more you really need to say on it, you can. But I'm just saying for the most part. So for you, Mike, you personally, if this thing happened and it went down and they got their flat earther champion and they got their globe earth champion, whatever it is, right? And they're gonna go and do it. And let's say they go and they set up cameras and they do it all. You personally, are you going to take their conclusion as just gospel fact? Like, what is it going to do for you? Because I could tell you how I would overall see it, but like, I mean, are you in some position that you think that if two individuals that you've never met and don't even know and have internet personas go to claim they went to a place and took a picture or something like that, what is it going to do for you or for the world? So personally, right, if it's well documented, which, they're very transparent on how they're going to document everything and that they're going to have GPS coordinates available. They're going to have video available. There's going to be like hours and hours and days worth of footage, right, of this experience. Okay. And data, lots of freaking data. Okay. Now with all of that data, right, you can check that data to make sure that yes, this company did take them to these coordinates. Okay. Because all this is public record. You can just look online or their website or whatever and verify that these people were at this location. Now you take looking online is not validating people were at a location. Those are not. You can't look online and validate something.
Okay, so how do you validate your side of things? Do you look online,
that was the point Riggs said? That was the point. That's why I brought this up, because it's one of the points Riggs brought up. We don't have a way to for sure know where they are. Yes, we could look at documentation on the internet. We could plug in a computer and tap into the internet. But is that really validating that they're even in that location? Just to be very rigorous about what we're talking about. Okay, so actually I'm speaking with Will Duffy on the 14th live on my channel. This is actually a good question that I could ask him. Is there a way that we can independently, without having to look online or anything like that, verify your location and coordinates of where you are and when you are there? So that's actually a really good question that I can ask him. And so there is kind of a grain of salt that you have to take with things that you get online, but when there's overwhelming amount of data and video evidence and photo evidence, there's a certain point where you just have to kind of concede and just say, okay, let's take a deep breath here. Okay, now maybe, just maybe, right, this isn't just a facade. This is a lot of effort and a lot of money
just to, you know, do this whole lie. Okay. And, you know, at one point I can almost guarantee, like, I am actually waiting with bated breath for the debunking of these videos that they're going to be getting from this trip. I can't wait because I also want to verify all these videos that they get. I also want to verify all the data that they get. I want to verify all the coordinates. So that's actually a really good question. Can we independently verify without having to go online and all that kind of stuff where their location is?
No, you can't. You wouldn't be able to.
So you're not the one to answer that question.
The overwhelming evidence should be there already. Is the point? I mean,
it
there
is.
should be not just one guy with a video that gets debunked every year. You know, so it should be over. It should be over already. If there was actually the evidence to have, it wouldn't come down to like one day that they're trying to make it go one way or another when the glow's been debunked like 10 times.
Wait a minute, he told you where they're going.
You know, since yesterday.
You put out a video telling you where they're going. How do you want to verify it? You want to take GPS?
Yeah. So what they want is because they what Riggs said was, you know, they could be going anywhere, right? Like no. Who says that they're going to Antarctica? Who says that they're like they can say that, but it doesn't mean that they are actually going there. Riggs, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I actually have a reason for saying that. It's like a personal encounter and story that I had with somebody I met on the internet. They were part of some kind of green research project from high school, and they were going to college, and they were part of this green program that was Rockefeller sponsored. And they hit me up privately, and I had a discussion with them about something that they were very worried about because, well, not worried, but like they didn't really know what to say about it. But they were on this private plane on supposedly to Antarctica, and in the process of being in the plane and getting there and whatever, they found papers on the plane with the manifest saying that they were going to Greenland. So everyone on the trip thought they were going to Antarctica.
So here's the thing.
Did you leave even GPS?
If you get on the airplane,
yeah, but there's all
South
like
America,
towers, not by
and
satellites.
you fly for a couple of 3 hours, and you land somewhere where it's light in December. You're probably in Antarctica. If you fly somewhere for like 12 hours, you end up somewhere where it's dark in the middle of the Arctic.
Yeah, that's the point. That's my point. Where else on Earth? No. You get down there, you see the sun's above the horizon 24 hours. Where else on Earth is that supposed to happen?
Well, the question is, what is Earth and how does it operate? That's the whole point.
God.
That's the whole point. You guys are like skipping past the whole like inquiry itself and going right
we understand
back to
this stuff.
Confirmation bias. So this is like I could tell you why the whole problem with the sun in Antarctica is a whole problem in the first place. Right, because when we were looking, we found cameras that were cut off 10 hours per day. And then when we emailed them and said why, they said, oh, it's a data issue. But it just happened to cut off exactly where the sun would need to be viewed in order for it to show 24 hours. And then we've seen other videos that are fake. I've seen a video of people walking backwards because it was filmed in Greenland. And when you look at the location that they claimed to be at, it was different. The buildings were different.
Can you provide those links?
Well, here's the issue that I've got that I see is like, for me, it's like an elephant in the room. For however many years we've been talking about this 24-hour sun, we present videos, oh, those are all fake. Well, you know, if there was a 24-hour sun, it would definitely be a problem for flat Earth. I've even heard some say, oh, yeah, that would be evidence for, yeah, I'm giving my experience. But since this trip has become a possibly significant, tangible, real thing that might possibly really happen, I hear a lot of opinions are changing about what that would mean to flat Earth.
Is it?
But
Do you
they're
have like a
citing
goal,
URLs,
Leflane?
yeah.
Is your goal to like eradicate "quote unquote" flat Earth? Like, is this what?
No.
Is this your goal?
No, I'm just giving my opinion about what I'm experiencing and seeing in this community and the environment. It's it's adapting and morphing as we go along.
I have a
No,
question.
I think that the fact that ballers are trying to force this idea that it means something for flat Earth. I think just on that basis alone, everybody should refuse to go because it doesn't mean shit.
Got it. So here we are. We have some proof that we say shows the Earth is not flat, and you guys refuse to be part of it. Go.
Hey, you know what? If we do see the sun for a very short 5 days, and we can verify it's Antarctica, like somehow, sure, it's a data point. Okay, it doesn't prove that the entirety of the inquiry or the question itself.
How does that prove? How does that work on the space pizza, please?
Well, I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Doesn't.
Because there are people who think that there's different swirls in the sky. Like there's two different actual poles in the sky that swirl around and do all different kinds of things. You know, like there's many different models that people have fleshed out, many different ideas. And like I said, if we could even verify that they did go to Antarctica, it would be a data point of 5 days if they even had the scientific measurement and everything along the trip. You know, like that's another thing. Like if you are going to send somebody, have it be a team of people who know what they're doing and know exactly how to measure and process, like so that we actually have like real data points, not just like some weird YouTube boxing match like on another continent. Like this is just so strange. It doesn't actually prove anything.
So Riggs, you do understand
but those
that
people already exist.
Yeah,
there's like 100 people there now.
Yeah,
there are people living at the South Pole since like 1957. So
yeah, none of them have pulled out their iPhone. Yeah, none of them have pulled out their iPhone and grabbed a little 24-hour sun.
No, because you can't hold a 24-hour video on your iPhone. Like that's not realistic.
It takes 24 hours to do it.
Yeah, buy a tripod.
You need fast film.
Yes, a tripod gives you enough data to be able to record a 24-hour film on an iPhone. Do you hear yourself?
Well, there's many hundreds, if not thousands. Yes, I hear myself very directly. You hear me, I guarantee that. And I'm telling you that there's hundreds, if not thousands of ones in the north. So I don't think anyone had a hard time figuring out how to set up a camera to film the sky.
The population difference is gigantic. Okay.
Yeah, so why don't we have, so if there's thousands of ones in the north from amateurs, why don't we have 10 in the south?
And
30.
You do.
No, we do not. That's absolutely not the case.
Dismiss all of them.
What about the star trails? I've seen like one video of that. Star trails at the pole.
Yeah, the two main ones of. Well, yeah, there are. So, wait, you're saying? I mean, there's Robert Schwartz and Anthony Powell. Those are the two that are generally available, and those guys, I mean, whether you call them civilians or not, I mean, they do documentaries for the BBC, and they're involved in big media, and they're involved in all of that stuff. So I mean, that's a whole question. They're not just like Joe Blow from downtown or whatever. They're already involved in the media and traveling down there frequently and doing all of that. And yeah, I mean, Paid, if you have any actual amateur ones, you post them, but I don't even think there's one.
You see, you're saying that you want amateur, and the other guy's saying he wants professional. I think you guys need to get your story straight. Who do you want to do this?
We're not the same people. So if two people said two things, Paid, that's because they're different people.
I see. So
I'll tell you what I want.
What you're doing, you're just conflating people because some people you think maybe have some similar viewpoint that you perceived, but people said different things. So
yeah,
I think both would be very valuable. If you were going to go down there now, then yes, having the highest quality professional scientific equipment would be ideal. The other argument has to do with why, if this is a real phenomenon, you're saying, oh, there's hundreds of people that live there and people that take cruises there. Why don't we have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50? I agree there's less people that would go there compared to the north. So instead of having thousands, maybe we would have only 70 or 50, but that's a separate argument.
Because it only happens once a year.
I mean, I think the argument that there's not enough evidence is not a very good argument. I mean, if we turn that around and you presented me with something that you felt was significant, and I just said, well, I need to see another one before I believe it. You know, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right?
Isn't it weird Left Lane always wants to step in when it kind of doesn't matter what his opinion is? think that's just kind of unique. Oh, look,
that's how I know it does matter, because you always say something about it.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
What Glover? Riggs,
Look,
what Glover
if
would
you actually
like
want
to have
to
step
prove
in?
something,
Because you
yeah,
think
I'll
their
tell you what.
opinion
I'm going to tell
does
you right now,
matter?
Jesse. I'm doing it right now, actually. If you guys actually give a shit
Riggs
about what
is
we
a
care
fucking
about,
moron.
the Antarctic Treaty would be fucking gone, because it serves your interest and my interest immediately. This is rogue nations agreeing together to fucking imprison the planet and what they know about the Earth. So get the fuck your shit together and get rid of the Antarctic Treaty.
Get rid of
and
the
then
Antarctic
we won't have
Treaty
this problem. And then the
50-some
problem will go away.
It's
Get
not.
rid of the Antarctic Treaty that's been in force since like 1957. Get rid of it. All 50 countries that agree to it. Right. Why don't you
Did you agree to it? Did you vote on that?
Yes, actually, our country did vote on it.
Did you vote on that?
Actually, our country did vote on it in 1950 something. Yeah.
Okay,
we were
could
one of the founding members of it.
All right. So the Antarctic Treaty is in existence to protect civilians, because they know that people just want to go places to A, destroy them, B, like look at the the portal between like New York City and Dublin, right? It was up for like a day before people started just like ruining it for everybody, right? Humanity is destroying things. So the Antarctic Treaty. Okay, Riggs, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, Riggs. I'm not done yet. I'm not done.
Put a treaty around Africa.
I'm not done. 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 Thank you.
Your logic's done.
So people destroy things. Okay, what they want to keep from happening is the Antarctica being destroyed. Okay, they don't want military there because it could be. It's a perfect place for. Okay, Merlin, thank you. It could be a perfect place for a military base, right? Multiple military bases. Okay, they don't want that there. Now it's a treaty, and it's incredibly dangerous to live there. Incredibly dangerous. So they don't. It's to protect civilians from hurting themselves, from dying over there. Like it's to protect us. And for you to say, and for you to
protect us.
Yes. I mean, you can, I mean, but okay, but you're going to look at it. You're going to look at it. Okay. Thank you. You can look at it. You can look at it as something malicious, but it clearly states in the Antarctic Treaty, if you actually read it, which I'm sure you all have, that it is to protect civilians and to protect the land, because there's it's like the one place on Earth that hasn't been destroyed by humans.
Okay. I personally think there's some other arguments we could continue on that, but if anyone wants to respond to that, we could, but I mean, that's a whole separate topic.
I mean, if it's so uninhabitable, what are they worried about? You know, like they're not trying to protect anywhere else in the fucking world that is habitable.
Military presence, nuclear presence. Like, what are you talking about? What do they have to worry about? They have to worry about us destroying the land still. Listen, if you don't believe in nuclear, then that's a whole nother like level of ignorance.
What are we going to destroy the land?
You believe in all the fear things, right? You think the guy who's monitoring the jail cell is protecting you?
Riggs, are you scared of reality? Are you scared of reality, Riggs?
No.
Well, I don't think it has to be.
Let's not get into heckling and taunting.
Yeah,
it's a legitimate question because I can say that scary things don't exist
too. The topic is not whether Riggs is scared. The topic is many other things. So let's just. Let's not.
I think it's okay for us to have opinions about the Antarctic Treaty. My idea is it's a conservation act, and I'm for conservation of the environment and things like that. And y'all got your opinions of it, and I think that's fine. I don't think there has to be any animosity in it.
Can I stay with it in a non-adversarial way?
Well, I mean, we had a thing called World War II, and ever since World War II, they locked down the North and the South in pretty intense ways through these treaties and through the distant warning system in the North and the Antarctic Treaty in the South. So, I mean, whether you trust what was going on then with Werner von Braun and the Nazis and the criminals that were brought over, and then NASA that was established, and then the United Nations and that was established in the late 50s, all coming out of World War II. I mean, it is a massive cabal of individuals that are involved that brought all that together. And
Can I just
Yeah, I
address
mean, if
something
you
he
decide to
said?
trust them, that they were all good people just wanting to save penguins, I guess that's up to you. But looking at
That's
all
what
the
I wanted to
individuals
say,
involved, I mean, talk about nefarious characters. That's a whole nother level of nefarious. That level is like actual criminal nefarious, rather than just YouTubers that have some, shady
Well, say if
histories
there
and
was an
things.
expedition.
And activities.
And
that they've done
now
online
he's against
in
the
public,
amateur.
Whereas those guys are actually
Like,
like
first
the
he
real
wanted
deal,
amateur, and now he's against
murderers and
amateur.
criminals. Werner von Braun and those
hear you,
guys.
Hey, Mike, I got a question for you. Unless Melon wants to jump in.
Could I just say one thing, please? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
hold
ahead,
on, Merle. Yeah, I couldn't hear you
Hello?
before. Go ahead.
Yeah, but he was trying to
Sorry.
speak all over your sentence,
Yeah, for a while.
Jill, so that's why
anyway,
you got a little muted, Merlin.
Okay.
Jill, shut up. Just let him talk.
You were trying to
Anyway,
speak through the Jills,
Yeah,
but anyways, continue.
Shut the
if we
fuck
went
up, Merlin.
on an expedition to Antarctica, say 10 of us, and we didn't make a mess, we didn't have any mining equipment, we just had basic scientific gear, cameras, things like that, telescope. That's not damaging anything, right? And not everyone goes in to destroy. I think that's a myth. That's all.
I got a question for Mike. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Do you know where all the military bases are in the world, Mike? Do you think that they've got them mapped all out and they tell you where all the military bases are?
Of course not.
Okay, but you're confirming that they don't have military bases on Antarctica?
Based off of the Antarctic Treaty, correct.
Okay, but you know that there's military bases that you don't know where they are?
That's correct.
Cool, right here. Just making sure that you know. That's ridiculous, dude.
What's your point? That what you're saying is that because the Antarctic Treaty
If
says
there were military bases there, you wouldn't know, right?
Let me ask you something, Mike. Do you think the government can tell you something and do something else?
So let me elaborate on. Are you guys familiar with the term hazardous information?
Can you answer my question? Are you sure that the government doesn't tell you something and behind closed doors does something else?
I mean, I know for a fact that happens.
Okay, so
because of what I
treaty that nobody can go to and nobody does this and that. Could they be doing something else by telling the public something else?
Well, I mean, you can go there and you can verify that. So what I'm saying
you just asserted how strategically important the place is for military, but they wouldn't have a base there. It'd be nonsense.
Right, because of the Antarctic Treaty.
Oh man, come on, dude. Okay.
So okay, I understand that there's that to be in your thought process, there has to be somewhat of a lack of trust in the government, which is fine, right? No one fully trusts who runs their lives, right? Or I mean, not their lives, but the government, right? I get it. Whatever. Okay. Now, when it comes to something such as a land mass that is the size of the United States itself, and wanting to and multiple countries, wanting to conserve, that land and all that kind of stuff, and signing a treaty and all that kind of stuff. There's a level of certainty that you can have, personally, that you can kind of trust. There's some things that you can trust the government on, and
how do you evaluate that?
How do I evaluate that?
How do you evaluate what you can and cannot trust the government on? I mean, if you caught them lying about one thing, why not the other?
Well, why don't you just go down to Antarctica and find if there's any violations to the Antarctic Treaty?
You just said we're not allowed to. Yeah,
well, who's not allowed to? Why aren't you allowed to?
Because I'm a civilian.
Because you can get a permit. You can get a permit to stop the natural laws. That's like equivalent to the sovereign citizen. It's just garbage. So
Mike, hold on, wait. You were asked a question. You stated that you thought there's some things that you could trust the government on, and he asked you, how would you know which things you can trust them on?
Like I can trust the U.S. government to never give me universal health care. So it's like there's some things that you can trust the government for.
That's a negative. Right. Come on, you know that doesn't fly. What can you trust?
Man, I'm in a country that does have it.
How does that not apply?
He said he can trust them never to give. He said he can trust them never to do something.
Yeah,
that's not a sign of trust.
That's trust.
You can trust that they won't do something, huh? And it's something beneficial to you. So that's actually saying the opposite.
Okay.
Yeah. If you think that that's beneficial for you, and they're not giving it to you, doesn't that tell you that they're doing something that's not beneficial for you?
Do you think it's? Yeah. I mean, that's a whole other conversation.
Oh no, that's the problem with this.
But what I'm getting at is sure, petty things like universal health care, all that kind of stuff.
No, but
you can't trust the government on. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I talking? Was I talking? Oh, I'm so sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. I'm so sorry. So what you can trust the government on, I feel like, my opinion, which is what you guys love to say, is that they uphold their end of the Antarctic Treaty to conserve the land, not have military establishments on it, and to also, if you have a permit, you can go. If you can prove that you'll survive in Antarctica and get a permit, you can go.
They don't let you travel freely. You know
Who? No, that's not true at all. They only
let you have a certain amount of fuel, so you can only go so far. So if they really trusted you and you could do whatever, then they wouldn't put a limitation on how much fuel you can bring. No, that's not
true. Show me that. Show me where that citation is.
Show me a person
thousands of people go every year.
They've traveled freely without interruptions. That whenever they want to travel, they haven't been able to go.
Get a permit,
and then it's too dangerous just before.
Yeah,
it's
too dangerous.
They won't let us because it's too dangerous.
It is dangerous. That's why you need a permit and to show that you can survive in there. That you have the expertise to be able to survive in Antarctica.
There's no limitation on the amount of fuel. So if they cared about your being able to survive, they wouldn't put a limit on how much fuel you could bring to survive.
Go ahead and show me the citation for that, please. DM me that they only let you travel so far and give you so much fuel. Like that's
they can give you all free vaccines and all that stuff, but they won't give you fuel or anything.
So what does that have to do with going to Antarctica? What does that have to do with Antarctica?
What is practical though? I mean,
hold on, you guys. That is a stipulation in the Antarctic Treaty is about how much fuel you're allowed to carry below the 60-degree parallel. That absolutely is in the verbiage.
Yeah, we got someone here laughing at it like that's.
You also have to.
There's no sovereign.
Someone. I have a name.
There are restrictions, yes, but my aunt went way back in '84, and I don't present that much. I've said it a time or two, but it's pretty damning. But because it was my aunt, right? My aunt didn't lie to me. But one of the things, there are 2 points that she made about being there: the profound isolation of being out there on the ice and nothing anywhere in sight around you, and of course 24-hour sun, blah blah blah. But I don't think that I care to explore the gigantic ice shelf. I mean, what's there to explore? Go there, maybe visit the ceremonial South Pole, come back home.
But it's not about that. It's about whether you're allowed to or not, and what the actual rules are. And Mike, yeah, you were wrong about that. That you can only have so much fuel as part of the stipulation.
Okay, so
show me that
because
if your aunt went there, because people can go there. There's no question about people can go there. It's just about if you can travel freely, which we all agree is not allowed.
It's very interesting that it's very unappealing for us to want to go to those outer reaches. I think that was by design. I think it was designed to not be appealing to go around there, and if you do, it's going to be very, very hard, even without government stipulations on how much fuel you can bring, or the Navy coming in and stopping you, or this and that. It's very tremendous and big endeavor. Period.
I think Mother Nature did that.
Yeah,
they probably do it for your own safety.
They designed the fact that it's at the bottom of the earth. They designed that it's a polar wasteland. They designed that. Get off it.
No, I'm talking about the creator.
Yeah, the creator probably made it like that for your own safety. You're probably not supposed to go beyond it.
Well, unfortunately for you guys, there's like 100 people there right now as you speak.
On the edges.
No, in the middle. There's
On
several
the
stations
pole.
in the middle.
I follow a TikToker that actually I follow a TikToker that actually shows her daily life on a base at the South Pole.
Yeah, she's at the South Pole.
A military
right
base?
now. Not a military base.
It's not. It's a
Sorry.
research base.
There is no
Yeah,
military
so-
allowed. There is no military allowed
Military-
according to the Antarctic Treaty.
Military clearance?
There is military presence allowed in Antarctica, but there's not military bases. Like they're not technically allowed to have a base that is under that particular category, but they definitely can have military presence.
So they can have a
military personnel.
They have all kinds of outposts and things set up there.
No weapons.
How do you even find the magnetic South Pole?
You say they have no weapons?
You can't use a
They don't have like
compass
tanks and
to
airplanes
find.
and shit.
Who's to say what the magnetic South Pole is? Because we just have North Pole.
A compass.
And we have the opposite.
An analog compass.
Where the South Pole is.
An analog compass.
No compass points to the South Pole. It only points the opposite of the North Pole.
Incorrect. There's a South Magnetic Pole. They found it the same way they found the North Magnetic Pole with an airplane with an inclinometer in it.
Okay.
Yeah. The geographic South Pole is right beneath that circle of rotation over your head.
Exactly. Strategic.
From my understanding, all compasses go all cattywampus once you get past a certain point, and none of the compasses work correctly. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm no expert, but that's just what
and why are you talking?
There's an extreme amount of magnetic declination at times.
Did you know you need a special compass in the South Hemisphere? It's a weighted compass. It's different from a Northern Hemispheric compass.
It can be. On the other hand, the U.S. Army has a compass that works worldwide, and they designed it that way.
What's the difference between what's the compass you're talking about? Because I've never heard of this. I'm genuinely want to know, like, what's this other type of compass?
So when you're talking about a standard mechanical compass,
Yeah,
right, in the north,
they had nothing to say to
compasses
that.
work
They had
just
nothing to say to
fine,
that,
right?
Andy. They had
Like
nothing to
you
say
said,
to that.
in the southern hemisphere, compasses
Yeah,
start to have weird stuff going on, right? So what they did was they designed a special compass for the southern hemisphere that has a counterweight to it, makes it more accurate.
Yeah, it's
as far as a mechanical compass goes, it's very easy to look up.
Yeah, the needle tries to point down at the ground in the southern hemisphere. The northern hemisphere compass, if you took it to the south, the needle tries to, point at the ground.
It would still work, but you would have to make it you have to try a little bit harder. And like I said before, the one that they hand all the grunts in the U.S. Army is worldwide. It's designed to do that. They want to be able to drop you anywhere with the compass and have on your person, and it works.
Yeah, but that's not exclusive to a globe. Left Lane, how far down did your aunt go to Antarctica? Like, what was the furthest parallel south?
She went to the ceremonial South Pole.
That's about as far as you can go then.
That's
cool. What was it, like a cruise or like what?
Yeah, her husband, my uncle, took her there for their 50th wedding anniversary or something like that. And it was just a cruise and an
my wife
expedition
just wants
to the
to go
South
to
Pole.
Italy. Holy
So
shit.
you didn't take a boat to the South Pole.
Did they
It's
do
way
it?
inland.
Yeah, that's way inland. Did they do a polar plunge?
No, I doubt that.
Why would you
way
doubt
in there.
that?
Like
I know my Aunt Marcy. She probably didn't do the plunge.
now what they need to understand is Antarctica is around the same size as the United States of America. Like no, left lane is fighting the good fight. Left lane is fighting the good fight. But holy shit, dude, like these people don't understand how huge this landmass is and how barren it is and how dangerous it is. And these people are like, oh, well, they have this treaty to to lie to us. Like they have nothing. They have nothing. Like it's like,
See the sun.
I gotta pee again.
Well, it can be cloudy just like any other place.
Sure, could be cloudy. What if she asks all the crew on
How
board
much
if
brain do
they've
you think
seen the
they
sun
have?
for 24 hours?
Like that's the 14,487 thing they don't understand.
It's pretty cloudy down there often.
So what NASA said in the chat here is always cold, but it is summertime. So during the Antarctic summer, the highs are about 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yep.
So that's that's obviously freezing, up here in the northern hemisphere. I mean that's the highs, right?
Yep.
And that's in the summertime.
Is that similar to the North Pole in the summertime?
It's colder at the South Pole because you're in the middle of a landmass and you're at about 9,000 feet.
That's as big as the United States.
Right. It's big in the United States and 9,000 feet high, and then you've got the polar winds.
Prove it.
Sure, go ahead. They surveyed it.
Prove it.
I actually think the North Pole is way more interesting than the whatever they call the South Pole.
You don't say. I wonder if that's the general consensus, and why that would be, that there's so much more footage of, and you guys got to keep in mind, like the whole thing that you guys said, that there's not a whole lot of footage, like there's not a whole lot of amateur footage, blah blah blah, whatever. You got to think of oh my god, I had a point. Fucking Christ. Hold on one second. What was my fucking
there
point?
isn't any. That's the problem. There's really none. There's Anthony Powell. There's a couple of these ones, and then there's a couple that are put out by NOAA.
I had a
like
point. What the fuck was my point?
Etc. Like different.
I'm about to pee my pants.
Outposts and things.
It's got me all.
Geez, if only there wasn't somebody offering a couple of a flat earther a free ticket to go to Antarctica and observe the 24-hour sun.
Dude, that's funny, Gio. Isn't that like the Royal Society, that first guy? Wasn't he like sponsored by them or something?
What?
Yeah. He is intertwined. Yeah, you're talking about.
Yeah, the guy who did the circumnavigation, he had family ties to the royal family.
Oh yeah, there's another one. Yeah, weird how that just coincidentally works like that.
Yeah, he just went down there and came back again. He didn't really circumnavigate. He just went.
So that has also been debunked by Simon Dan. By the way, what their claim right now has been debunked by Simon Dan. Actually, recently, well, citing URLs, yes, and they say,
really
"Do you trust the internet?" I had a fucking point. What was my point? I'm so upset. I had a fucking point.
Maybe you can't.
Wow, it's almost like the Antarctic Treaty being dissolved solves all these problems.
So why don't you just get a permit and just go down there?
Well, depends on which one you've looked into, but some of them cost like $150,000 just to submit the application.
Yeah, and you don't even get your deposit back.
That is correct. If you get denied, you do not get a penny back. Yep.
So $150,000. I don't think it's that much for the trip, is it? That Will's offering.
No, I'm talking about some of the permits. Like if you look into, because there are ways to apply. I'm not talking about any trips or any cruises or anything. I'm talking about like if you wanted to apply, as let's say United States citizen to get permits to take a trip to Antarctica now you're not gonna be able just to freely explore anywhere, but if you wanted to get something beyond just doing like a trip, like one of these kind of planned expeditions, that's what I'm talking about when you actually apply. So like if you said, hey, I have a team, I have a crew, I have this and that, I want to go to this area, I want to study these penguins, I want to be there for 3 weeks, and then then I'm going to go to this area. I mean, it would still have to be all pre-approved areas and all of that, but that's what I'm saying, to actually get a permit to go down there independently, like not with some company, but on your own.
What permit?
Yeah, what's the issue with that? What do you mean there's no permit? You can get a permit.
You don't need a permit. Who do you need a permit from?
I mean, it's
Yo,
my
you need a
understanding
permit.
that if you don't go
Where
with
does it say? Show me the word permit anywhere in the Antarctic Treaty.
You need
that's fair.
you need a permit to leave the United States of America and go to
No,
another
you
country.
don't.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's
like a
called
passport?
bro.
You don't need a passport to go to Antarctica. Nobody's gonna check your passport.
You don't need a passport to leave America
You don't need a
and go
passport
to
to leave
another
America.
country.
Nope.
Oh, you need to get back into the country, correct?
That's a different issue. You don't need a passport to go to Antarctica.
That's for international security, dude. That's completely unrelated. Like that's for international security.
No, but it's just I'm just saying travel is restricted, obviously, right?
Yeah, and for good reason.
So
because
the thing about
people
the Antarctic
suck.
Treaty, hold on, I've been trying to jump in real quick. So the thing about the Antarctic Treaty, that is like a political document ultimately. Like, I mean, it's involved in the sort of United Nations and so on, but really it's the Antarctic Treaty System is what they call it, the Antarctic
You need a
Treaty
passport
System.
from literally any country.
That's actually
Yeah, exactly.
the entire like network that is involved. So there's
All right,
a lot
I'm gonna
more
go pee.
beyond.
I'm
like,
like
just the
I'm
Antarctic
over this
Treaty
shit.
is like that was the thing that these governments
I'm not
signed.
gonna make you guys suffer. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. And we're gonna wrap up with this. Like I'm over this shit. All right, I'm back. Yeah, that's it's just I can't. I mean, we're just going around in circles. Like I can't. I was just getting so frustrated with them. Holy shit, dude! It's like the Antarctic Treaty is preventing people from going down there. It's like no, it's not. And then they're backtracking. They're like, oh well, no, it doesn't tell you, but you have to get a permit. It costs $150,000 to get a permit. It's like, and then Geo like is like, oh well, if you have a team of these people and there's all that kind of stuff, you get a permit to go down there and do. It's like, yeah, no shit. It's like that's literally what the Antarctic Treaty is for. It's to protect the land, okay? It's to not have a bunch of douchebags go down there, and they just don't want to think that people can be assholes. But time and time again, there's proof that people are fucking assholes. They'll ruin everything. Like if there's an opportunity for a person to ruin something, you can guarantee that that thing will be ruined. And that's what the Antarctic Treaty is keeping from happening. Holy shit, I had to get it out of there, man. Like it was just so awful. So awful. I do want to watch this video though. I'm gonna bookmark that. We're gonna go back to our friend Witless. I wasn't reading chat at all. Hello Noam. When did you come back? Did you notice the small cup on the art looks like the pee cup the doctors asked you to fill? Oh, damn it, I wish I knew what you're talking about. Antarctica visa, vaccinations, and permits. Oh my god, I have to look at this. There's a period at the end, which is what caused it to not be a full link. Let me just take a look at this. Although no visa is required to visit Antarctica, you may well have to obtain a visa to enter your departure point. If, like most tourists, you plan on cruising to Antarctica from Argentina, you will need to check with your foreign office as to visa requirements. Yes, South America. For US, Australian, and British citizens, no visa is required for Argentina if you stay less than 90 days. Interesting. However, a reciprocal fee is charged to US and Australian citizens. It is $160 US. No vaccinations are required for Argentina. However, it is advised that you consult with your doctor to make sure. Malaria is also a factor to consider. A yellow fever card is not needed to enter Argentina. Let's see. And then we have a list of all these cool things you can do in Argentina. There's a lot of skiing, obviously. Let's see. Quest for the Antarctic Circle is $10,000. Classic Peninsula Voyage is $8,000. We got Fly and Cruise Polar Circle for $15,000. That is huge. It's a 10-day excursion. Holy moly. Yo, Lauren, what's good? How are you doing? You just missed a whole bunch of bullshit. I can't wait to turn into a bunch of shorts. I'll tell you. Rig TV. Shit, I thought you were done streaming. Oh no. My Drunk Debunk shows, they go on for 6+ hours. It's only been 3.5 hours. We're just getting started. Rig, yo, what's up? Oh, Rig, Rig, yo, what's good? Protect the land without guns and have to lick boots for permission to piss and shit in your backpack. Yeah, sure. Let's see, the Debunk Show art. The small cup, I'm guessing, is a shot glass. Looks like a Dr. P cup. It's too wide. Listen, man, it's AI generated. What do you want from me? Yo, Lauren, what's good? You seem like a sovereign citizen. I was gonna raid you, but it looked like you might have been done, so I didn't. I'm a dick. You're fine. You're fine. You don't have to raid me. You're not obligated to raid me. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. All right, we Gucci pants. Well, that was fun. I had to get out of there because it was just going around in circles. There was absolutely no going forward in that conversation. And Geo usually talks decent, but tonight he just like I'm looking for people who aren't going to contradict themselves constantly. Like, is that so much to ask? Is for someone who like says something but doesn't contradict themselves? It's like, you fucking. But like that's like Flurf 101, right? Flurf 101, right? Everything you say is going to be contradicted by the next thing that you say, because for one thing to make sense, the next thing has to make sense as well. And it's a bush, dude. It's always just a bush. I have the shot glass to prove it. It's a bush. Drunk Debunk. All right, let's continue with this. Because I don't want to move my GoXLR because it's already exploded on me twice today. Let's see. All the bushes. Are you a flat earther from that Discord group? Yeah, it's rigged. Yeah, he is. Yeah. Notice that like he only said one thing. It was Madhouse and Mike and the Southern guy were the only ones who had any freaking sense in what they were saying. Oh shit. Yeah, it was just really annoying because it's like you're trying to have a conversation with these people, but they're just gonna tell you that, you know, just the basic shit. Like, oh, like the government, you can't trust the government. Right. Yeah, I get it. You can't trust the government. Okay. Now, what does it have to do with the shape of the fucking earth? Okay, the shape of the earth isn't governed by the internet or by the government. Like, are you dumb? It's like, I don't trust the government, therefore flat earth. Like the argument is, what is the shape of the earth? And then they have to bring up all this other bullshit. Like oh, what's the shape of the earth? This, if you're not zinning, you're not winning. And that's my argument. Like it just makes no sense. It just blows my fucking mind. I think you're onto something. Oh damn, did I tell you guys about the bush with a head at Comic-Con? No. Lauren, do you have pictures of this? Prove it. Yeah, prove it. Well, it's not true. And a whole lot of shoulds. Yeah, exactly. Mike, having a scientific conversation with your son would make more sense than those assholes. Oh, facts. If the government lies, they probably controlling the interweb and lying about the earth being a globe. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not, trust me, the government does not control the interweb. There was no internet, there was no interweb hundreds of years ago when the earth was decidedly a globe. There was no internet then. So what are you gonna believe? There was no government, United States government then too, and no NASA then. So what do you say to that? I was gonna take one, but I didn't get my phone out fast enough. Just because something should work the way you see it doesn't mean it does. Prime example, taxes. Yeah, I don't want my taxes going to litter boxes in public schools. The taxes suck. Yeah, they do. All right, let's just continue this and see how far we can get into this before I fucking, like, I'm getting a headache. I'm getting a fucking headache from this shit.
You can get all into the weeds with that. With the, like, we have already proven that there's electromagnetic fluctuations in a vacuum. There's basically a background that energy comes from. Quantum physics calls it many other names, but
okay. So in the conversation, what we're having right now is Whitsit's explanation for the replacement of gravity, which is electrostatics. Okay, so what he believes is that like everything has electrostatics. That the ground has like a negative electrostatic and is just attracting everything to the ground, no matter the mass, all that kind of stuff, equally to the ground. So that's what we're talking about now, by electrostatics and not by, gravity, which has been proven. Like, I don't think we should pay taxes just because I think that's how that should work. Doesn't mean that's actually the truth. That's fair. That's a good explanation. I had a completely different explanation for it. We had to Great Winters, and the Always Company said they are raising the rates by 35% gradually in the next 3 to 4 years. We had a water company. Oh, and the water company said they're raising the rates. Okay, gotcha. That sucks. That sucks, dude. Fucking living in LA, dude. Nitwit should just accept that gravity exists, as he should. If density was the thing that made things fall, density towers would correct themselves in free fall. I gotta look up what density towers are, Sean. Thank you for coming back, by the way. Density towers. Density towers. All right, let's see. Oh, A density tower is a column of liquids that are layered in a jar according to their density. Density is the amount of matter a certain substance has per unit of volume. Liquids that are more dense form the base of the tower, while liquids that are less dense float on top. Some liquids don't mix because they repel each other, such as oil and water. Objects will float or sink in the tower depending on their density relative to the liquids. Yes. But I've never seen a density tower in free fall, though. That sounds very interesting, and I would like to watch that. My nephew pointed it out, and I was like, oh shit, it was just a bush in front of a dude that was out smoking, but the angle is perfect. Yo, that's awesome. I gotta see that picture. My wife said we should get 2 more rain barrels. Should I trust her? Rain barrels? They take them aboard the Vomit Comet? I see. So, okay, so they take them on the parabolic thing, like the plane that goes to parabolic. I gotta watch those videos, dude. That sounds very interesting. Never know, just because she thinks you should doesn't mean it's the truth. Just hit her with that flurf logic. All right, Landon, have a good night, buddy. I appreciate you hanging out, Landon. I really do. Tell your father that he's doing a good job. Remind your dad, Landon, you do a good job. Be like, Mr. Will, Mr. Dad, you're awesome. All right, perfect. All right, let's continue this video.
What to say?
So
all
I
these
guess
play a role.
But then my question would be, if your argument is that it's not gravity, that it is density, then even with the electromagnetism aspect, you could take a 10-pound bowling ball and an 8-pound bowling ball. Electromagnetism is going to work on them fairly similarly. They should fall at the same rate, right? Or at different rates.
No, I mean, to maybe I could just ask you the same question, right? So like if you think that gravity is causing it, if there's a more dense object and a less dense object falling, how does gravity make them fall at the same rate if they're just different densities?
Because
gravity pull one stronger than the other?
Because density isn't the issue. Gravity.
Yeah, no. If it's two separate masses that are of different densities and different weights, they'll still fall at the same rate based on the principles of gravity, just purely because the only reason that we see things fall at different rates on Earth is because.
So let me clear up who's speaking here. Okay, these guys are fighting the good fight. This guy over here, Witsit, he's a retard. I shouldn't have said that. He's an idiot. He's a flat earth dumb. I'm not too clear on mass, weight, and gravity. So actually, you know what, Noam? That brings me to a really good point. Okay. Now, in my research and all of this, like my previous research 8 years ago and on has just been on researching just flat earth and their reasoning for things. Okay, based off of my knowledge of being a high school dropout with a GED and a dead end job. Okay. Now that's what I would fight all this stuff on. Okay, is just with, common knowledge and things like that. Now, recently in the last 6 to 8 months, whenever I started the Drunk Debunk Show, right? I've actually been doing research based off of what globers and actual scientists and people who have studied physics, what they have to say. And I have learned so much cool shit in the time that I have been researching, all the debunking of the flat earth. I thought I had a solid explanation, like a solid understanding, but then like it's like watching stuff like this, like you learn so much stuff. And it's like, it's so much cool shit. It's like you'll learn so many things that you like. It's like, wow, it's mind boggling what you learn. And you can, but then like, as you're learning it, you can kind of understand why they have such an issue grasping it. And it's because it is like, it's crazy to think about a lot of this stuff. It's absolutely crazy to think about this stuff. Like if you're, man, I wish I had my, if you're on a ball, right? And you're flying a plane and the plane's like this in relative to the planet, that if you're on the North Pole and you're and the plane's over here, the plane is like a 90-degree angle to you. That's insane to think about. That's absolutely insane to think about. But if you understand how physics and gravity works and how a sphere works and how geometry works and how all that stuff works, it stops being so insane and starts being like, wow, that's really cool. That's cool how that all works. I was never savvy on that subject. That's fair, because there are people who are savvy on that, and those are the people who give us our answers. Things fall at different rates in a vacuum, and when you test it on your own, the rate of fall your heart about is an average, or that you hear about is an average that was agreed upon by a committee 100 years ago, or by constant testing in a vacuum chamber. Like, that's one of the rigs. That's one of the things that I have to say about like this whole Whitsitt thing, right? Is he relies on one singular, like Eratosthenes, right? He's like, well, that one experiment that guy did at that one time doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. What he's not bringing up is all the other experiments and all the other data that happened after that in the hundreds of years since then, right? So that completely, like, that applies 100% to what you just said. Like, there has been hundreds of tests of objects falling, right, in a gigantic vacuum chamber, right, that fall at the same rate because of gravity. Because gravity has a certain acceleration. Gravity creates a force. He could bring them up. Your attention span is very small. This topic requires a submarine and you're wearing floaties. Cool. All right. Just hit that follow button, Riggs. That's all I care about, you being here.
And I'm just going to go off the globe model.
We're using the globe model, yeah.
The reason that you see things, fall at different rates on Earth is because of the atmospheric conditions. So if you have a feather and a brick and you drop them in a non-vacuum environment in our atmosphere,
they fall the same rate.
The feather, because it has a lower density, will reach terminal velocity faster than the brick.
No. By the way, oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. All right. Yeah,
so therefore, a feather will reach its terminal velocity, which is a lot slower than the brick, so it'll fall a lot slower than the brick. But in a vacuum, as some experiments in, I think, some of the vacuum chambers.
There have been experiments where they've dropped bowling balls and feathers in a vacuum chamber, and they fall at exactly the same rate.
Yes. Correct. And,
that's what people think.
That's what's on video.
Right.
No, actually, a university has proven that dropping different chemicals fall at different rates.
So what he just said is very specific to a very specific situation. Okay. Now, chemicals falling at different rates, right? That has nothing to do with what Flat Earth says. When I see it, that's how it is. Yeah. When you do this yourself, things will fall at different rates. Cool. Great. But there's several. Oh, the feather and bowling ball video was debunked as a theater production. So, Riggs, I feel like that's a common thing that you guys have to say about everything that goes against what you believe. that it's just fake. It's not real. It's a theater production. Like, anything that debunks your claim is not real. Like, do you even grasp that's the only thing that you have? Like, that's the only thing you have is this information, this clear data that's being handed to me, shown to me, right? Is the only thing I have to say about that is doctored, because it doesn't fit my delusion of a flat earth. You understand that, right? Yo, alias tease with 1100 bits. Yo, let's go. You didn't have to do that, Lauren. Thank you so much. That's what people think, and he doesn't believe it since he didn't see it, and you can't trust the internet. Yeah, it's a common thing. National Geographic faked a laser coverage video, and it was led by a NASA employee. Proved they CGI'd all the evidence. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so what about the video that was also faked with the laser that was 2 feet, that was supposed to be 2 feet above the surface of a lake, and they drove a boat out with this giant white thing on the boat to capture the laser, and halfway through the video you can see that the laser is on the whiteboard, on the white card that's on the boat. But then at the end of the video they're like, oh look, the laser is still on the boat about 2 feet up. It's like, what? It's like, that shit's fake. Sorry, bro. You don't need CGI to prove it. CGI a laser. Please cite that video. I would love to see it, Riggs. Trust isn't something I just give. You have to have a lot of trust, Riggs. To be in your position, there is an immense amount of trust that you have to have in a few things, right? The people who are telling you the stuff that is contrary to reality, your own eyes, right? You have to have a lot of trust in what you're seeing, because a lot of flat earthers, right? They are saying, oh, this is what I see, so therefore this is what has to happen, right? Although what you're seeing has an explanation to it, but you don't want that explanation because you're afraid of what it actually means, right? So you have to trust in your own eyes, right? So there's the trust in yourself, and then there's the trust in the explanations that are given to you that are contrary to the norm. Okay, so there's and then countless other things that you have to trust for you, and then you're trusting the fact that the National Geographic video was faked, right? Who are you trusting in that, right? You didn't analyze that video. You didn't prove that there's CGI. You were told that it's CGI. You were told that it's faked. You didn't do the analysis. You didn't do that. You are trusting somebody that did that for you. So you can't tell me that you just don't trust people, because that's an absolute lie. For you to come over here and say, I don't trust people, however, I have to trust all these things that are telling me that the earth is flat, that's you're speaking absolute nonsense, Riggs. I myself am not religious, but this creator is. Look at the evidence and not his religion. Cool. You can't put links on there because you're not a mod. Sorry, bro. I have a Discord for that. Dude, is a joke. Tinfoil must be too tight. A fucking moron, dude. Oh, shit. Too late. I already put a link. No, you didn't. It's just there's 3 asterisks. Here, I'll show you what it looks like. There you go. It's just 3 asterisks. You can't, I mean, it might look like a link to you on your chat, but it didn't get sent to anybody. But that's what my Discord's for. If you want to go ahead and there you go. Upload it to my Discord. Oh wait, that link doesn't work anymore. I was told by one of my new followers that that link doesn't work anymore. So let me get you a new link. Copy. There you go. There you go. There's my new link. Mike, get your shit together. I know. I need to update the bot. I need to update the bot. It's so funny. I trust the Discord link is broken. I trust my That's the thing that gets me the most. Is like if science and all that says the Earth is round and 90+% of the world agrees, what makes people think that many people are wrong? Like that's the thing. It's like, well, there must be. So I was actually listening in on that Discord channel this morning, and they were talking about, do apples exist? And it was a what is it called? A philosophical kind of conversation they were having. Like, do apples exist? Right? And it was based off of like, well, I can say an apple exists, but I can say that this is an apple, right? Like the only thing that you know for sure is that you yourself exist and have a conscience, and everything else you can't know for sure. So it was just a I love apples. What you don't understand is Mike has a PhD, a pretty huge dick. Oh shit! Thank you, Zach, Ryan. Apples are government drones. You have a DM? Yes, it's Mike over IP. How dare you? Darn, I got like 1,000 drones in my stomach. Do you think Neo was in my stomach? Oh shit, it is so much fun. I fucking love this shit. All right, shall we continue?
Literally different chemicals, and a gravimeter has proven objects fall at different rates. Gravimeters are way more precise than that video that supposedly proved
in a
it,
vacuum.
So. Yes.
So MC Toon had a fantastic thing to say about this, almost like you heard it somewhere before. Who, me? I don't even remember what you're talking about. Like my memory is shit, Riggs, which you already know, because like you spouted off a whole bunch of shit earlier, and I was like, I don't even remember what you said. It was just a bunch of shit. And it was about the Antarctic Treaty, and I completely forgot what it was. So you're gonna have to like edit. Actually, the government runs TV. The government does run the TV. Yes, we are a communist country. Very similar to China. Actually, we are basically in China, where you can only play internet games for a total of 2 hours in an entire week. And WeChat owns everything. Tencent owns our entire government. And we can't walk out the door without signing a permission slip. Holy shit. I kind of wish my mind was this small. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, you don't have to wish very much longer, Riggs. Oh shit, Riggs, you're so funny. I wish my mind was this small. You don't need to wish any further, my friend. You guys know that Wyoming isn't real? Yeah, because who goes there? Wyoming isn't real. No one lives in Wyoming. And if people say they live in Wyoming, they're fucking lying. They're liars. There's nothing in Wyoming. It's literally the void. It's a black hole. No. Riggs, just hit that follow button. Just hit that follow button before you leave. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Wyoming is just a bush. I shouldn't be having this much fun. All right, shall we continue?
Gravimeters use a vacuum sealed chamber. They drop a little BB and they use interferometry, so cross patterns of lasers and interference patterns to actually measure things falling, and so they fall at different rates.
Outside of the margin of one being released a millisecond before the other, or are these rates that are we talking about like they hit a certain laser at a different time, or are we talking about they pass through a set of lasers at different rates?
I'm specifically just pointing out.
Yeah, that Andy, that's completely true. That's all they have. So like there's so you gotta remember here, okay? All flat earthers can do is try and disprove the globe. That's all they can do. That's it. That's the only thing they can do is try and disprove the globe, because they don't have anything that they can prove, right? Because there's no flat earth model, right? Because like even when I was in that chat, they're like, oh, well, we don't all believe the same thing. They said that multiple times. It's like, well, like, then doesn't that tell you that something might be wrong here? You know, because it's 2024. Okay, shouldn't there be some kind of mutual understanding as to what fucking shape the earth is? There's been humanity on this planet for a millennia, for a very long time, and for these people to be like, oh, well, we still don't know what the shape of the earth is. It's like, what? You know what? I don't know for a fact that it's 2024. I'm being told that it's 2024. That's it. So therefore, I can't trust anything that's being told to me, because it might be year 3. It's year number 20 or 36, as far as I know, right? Because I'm 36 years old. I don't know what year I was born. I was told 1988, but that's just what I was told. The Bible disagrees with science about the age of the earth. It does. The Bible says the age of the earth is around 6,000 years old. And that's a whole nother conversation to have about that. But there's a few ways to interpret what to interpret that. The book of Genesis can either be literally interpreted. I have to go to bed. Good night, dude. Oh, Sean, I'm so sorry if I missed that. You have a good night, Sean. I appreciate you hanging out over on YouTube. I'll see you next time, hopefully. June 14th, I'll be interviewing Will Duffy. Just letting you know, if you didn't already know that. So yeah, check it out. 9:00 p.m. Eastern time. Let's see. I mean, you get flack for asking someone a question. Meanwhile, he insults someone for making a comment on a subject being discussed. Not a word said. Yep. I thought the earth is a billion years. More than that. So it depends on how you interpret Genesis to be, right? So in Genesis, is interpreted like it literally says that the earth is you know, it was built in a week, right? In 6 days. Okay, and the 7th day was the day of rest, right? Which is the Sabbath and the day that you worship God. The way that most Christians, you know, not creationists, look at that is, you know, because you can look at it this way: God gave us the intelligence, the knowledge, the ability to learn and to research, you know, reality. Okay. So what you can say is, you know, this is a God-given intelligence level that we can research this stuff and see that the earth wasn't created in a day. You know, and the 3rd day the sun was applied? Like, no, like you can look at each of those days as being 1 billion years. You know what I'm saying? So it's all how you interpret it. And the way that these people are like say like, oh God, we had a creator, the creator designed all this, like they created the mountains, they created God created all this stuff. God gave us the intelligence and the ability to be able to answer all these questions. That's how I see it. The year is 5,784. Interesting. Yeah, maybe you're 28. I'll take it. I wish I was 28 again. I would have just met my wife. I, however, identify as 6,001 years old. I was with the creator when he made this earth, tried to make it flat, when I told him that make that shit round like his ass. God's got that giat. According to the Jewish religion, it is 5784. Gotcha. Yeah, the ridiculous Lauren, they have no logical arguments. They just insult you and tell you you're wrong without telling you why you're wrong with any evidence to back it up. Correct. That is beautiful. We love an ass-shaped planet. Baby Earth, come back. Says we're small-minded, joins the Discord. I love it. Oh, look. Oh my God. His picture is of Mel Gibson. He just DM'd me. I'll add him as a friend. Fuck it. YOLO. All right, let's see what he sent me. Oh, the Stephen Hawking. Oh, he sent me the Stephen Hawking's thing. This is the National Geographic thing that he said was faked. This has already been gone over so many times. Like they do a laser test, right? And then the laser test does exactly what they say it's going to do, what you predict it to do. They do the helicopter test. So the helicopter is here.
We have landed in our position.
Okay, Joy, go ahead and lift off.
So they have
plan to ascend until Jim can see them on the horizon.
I forget how many miles away this is. I think it's like 3 miles away.
You can see us on spot of the horizon.
Yep, still waiting. So he's got a telescope.
I got him.
All right, Brian, how many feet are we above the lake?
24 feet.
24 feet.
Woo!
Yep.
24 feet.
Yeah, and this is what he says is CGI. This is what he says is CGI. Now, granted, this isn't giving a whole lot of scientific data right away. I wonder if it does actually give. Okay, here we go. All right. It does. Oh, is this?
And it just came to me.
The volunteers don't know it. I've asked 3 ordinary people, so with the help of a few
Joy details her status as a masterclass cinematographer.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this video and I'm gonna have to tear it the fuck apart. This is gonna be great. Mel Gibson, well, that's all we need to know about him. His son was applied. Was God an IT guy putting an app together? On the 11th day, the Lord said, "Let there be gays," and it was good. Oh, the boat passed right when he saw them. Yeah, I love that too. I love that. The boat just fucked it up. Plus all the bushes. The bushes always fuck it up. It's always the bush's fault. I gotta watch this. I love how they're using Opera, by the way. The Opera web browser. Very good.
Science storyteller.
The science storyteller.
Distinguishable from truth. It's not blocking our view at all. The bottom.
Provide factual information at the top of results that.
Oh my God, I can't wait to go over this.
As a boat approaches the horizon, it appears to slowly dip down into the water before disappearing completely.
So it'll be a very visual depiction of
the curvature of the Earth.
So it's starting?
Yeah.
Okay, so the test is starting. It's starting right now.
Let's see the CGI.
At first, all the stripes are clearly visible. But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon, the stripes
3 miles away would be the
one
horizon.
by one.
The horizon and surface of the water is beyond the boat. That means the boat is not behind.
Oh, fucking A,
the bottom
dude.
stripe here has a little bit of red hue to it.
Not understanding what you're seeing. Perfect. Flurf 101.
One by one. It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it.
You can even see the highway that's on the other side. I find it funny how they say you can't prove anything from the internet, then cite URLs like they're fact. Yeah, truth. And the bushes are why the earth exists.
Camera here, and you see that the red stripe that was at the bottom has completely disappeared, and it's now getting closer to sort of the middle.
So what the thing that I don't like about this video, about the National Geographic part, is that they're not. So I hate that they'd have to explain this, but the reason why you see the water on the shore of the other end is because of atmospheric refraction. Like, sorry, but that's just how it is, right? Like the guy just said, "Oh, look, you can like the stripes are clearly getting obstructed, right? They're clearly being obstructed. You can zoom in, try to bring it in all you want. It's clearly being obstructed by a physical object, which would be the curvature of the earth." However, he doesn't speak to that. What he's speaking to is the shoreline and the water level that you can see on the opposite end of the lake. But there's a very clear explanation as to how that's happening, but he's not explaining why you're not seeing the lines on the boat.
Green stripe, that is.
Like, it's clearly being obstructed.
So this,
and he is zoomed in. He is zoomed the in. Like, sorry, bro, it's being obstructed. Everything that you see past that is atmospheric refraction. Like, sorry, bro, that's how it is.
this can only happen. Why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Hopefully we can go over CIA and KGB documents some other time. It's all one government, so
CIA and KGB documents another time. There's all one government. Are you f***ing retarded? You moron. It's called optical compression. Welcome to day 2. What the f*** are you talking about, Riggs? Optical compression. But yet you can say that you'll zoom in on a boat or a buoy or whatever on an ocean or a lake with a P1000 and bring it back in as if it's like, what are you talking about? It, like, you're bringing up things that only apply to these tiny specific things to try and explain away the clear explanation of curvature blocking the physical block of you see, optical compression, okay, although it may be measurable, it does not apply to this. Okay, atmospheric refraction is measurable and does apply to this. Okay, so don't poop yourself. I thought you left, Riggs. You just can't leave, can you? You're stuck here. You're stuck here. I got a joint you can hit right now, my guy. Welcome to 4.543 billion years of the Earth being round. Oh my god, I love you guys.
Telling you a false Christ. Mercy, it's not in them.
Yes.
They are wiping
Space debris, therefore. What even is this?
CIA and KGB documents some other time. It's all one government selling you a false Christ. Mercy.
Like what even is that? Like what's the citation for that? Oh my god, I fucking love this. This is so funny. I think you're off by 5 years. Wait, how do flat earthers explain the whole if you're in a plane you get tailwinds flying in different directions? Because science says it's because of the curvature of the earth. Yeah, I mean, that's the Coriolis effect. Absolutely. The horizon is what is supposed to be causing blockage. There is nothing being blocked, and the horizon is beyond the float. Atmospheric refraction. You can say it doesn't exist all you want, but that was a clear representation of atmospheric refraction, my friend. Why wouldn't the compression, the optical compression, be being applied to everything else in the foreground? Like, you can't just say like, oh, optical compression is being applied to that one object. Sorry, bro, that's not how it works. Optical compression would have to be applied to everything in the frame. Like if optical compression was a thing, it would be applied to the horizon, to the water level that you see on the other side too. You don't understand the globe claim. Oh, okay. You see further because of it, not that things are obstructed in the middle, then you see beyond it. You are not versed. Riggs. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Riggs. I'm so sorry that you feel that way. But trust me, I understand the globe fact, not the globe claim, right? Because it's not a claim, it's a fact. It's very well documented, it's very well tested. You can call it a claim all you want, but that's what it is. It's a fact. And then the rest of the words that you just said, hold on. You see further because of the atmosphere. Are you saying you see further because of the optical compression? Is that what you're saying? Or you're seeing further because of the atmospheric refraction? Not that things are obstructed in the middle, then you see beyond it. I mean, you're not versed in like how any like refraction works. I'm so happy to learn how wrong I've been all these years. I think Riggs is saying that it's a bush. It's for sure a bush. Yeah, it's a bush. Yeah, it's a bush. It is 100%. It's a bush. Drunk Debunk. 100%. What's happening here?
James Bullock is a professor of physics and astronomy at the University of California.
Wait. You can't just show some lady, getting like chiropractic work and then like move on.
Your mind.
Wait, what? Hold on.
It's not in them, and they are wiping your mind.
They're wiping your mind. What the what the fuck is happening? Is this can't. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Is this representing the government wiping your mind? Is that what this is meant to represent? Okay. Is this physical therapy? No, it's bushes. It's bush therapy. Because my physical therapist want me to do something. No, this is wiping your mind. Chiropractors are government drones, confirmed. is a reset button. Why is he looking at the camera like that?
He's a professor of physics and astronomy at the University of California, Irvine. He specializes in how galaxies form.
The universe began about 14 billion years ago, an event that we call the Big Bang.
Did you ever think a few years ago that you'd be having this discussion for National Geographic?
It's frankly shocking. We've known for 2,000 years, based on observations you can make with your own eyes, that the world is round.
But they have all the evidence right in front of them, and they still choose not to believe in it.
You know, who knows what motivates people from the inside to believe these things? But science is important. Science is valuable.
Yes. Science is important. Science is valuable. And that's why I'm here doing what I'm doing. Okay. Now, I might not be a scientist. I might not have a pretty huge dick, but the reset button is much lower. Riggs, that was the funniest thing that you said this entire time. Oh my god. But the denial of science is what's scary. And that's why I'm here doing what I'm doing, is because if this generation of Riggs and of Geos and all these people are telling our kids that science is lying to you, right? And all this already proven and documented data is just all false. How do we progress as humans? We don't. We go backwards. Okay, we don't use God's gift of intelligence. We don't use the gift that we're given to improve humanity, right? We're teaching our kids that everything that we know now is false, and that everything that we just see with our eyes are true, right? Without any backing, without any scientific data, without any measurements, without any of that. That's what these flat earthers want. They want to bring humanity backwards. But what they don't understand is that God gave us the talent and the intelligence to be able to answer these questions and come up with ways to advance humanity. That's what they don't want us to do. That's what flat earthers don't want us to do, because they're scared. They're scared of what other humans can do to us. They're scared of science. There's like Riggs, for instance. Riggs said, "Oh, you don't believe in nuclear, do you?" It's like, nuclear is really scary, right? It's terrifying. Okay, and you know, nuclear war is very real, and it is very possible, right? And it's terrifying, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Like, I can say that something is scary, like, oh, ghosts are scary, right? Oh, but I can say they don't exist, or they most likely don't, but you know, that's up for debate. Like, I can say, oh my god, sharp glass, like if I broke this, oh my god, sharp glass is scary, it'll cut me, it'll make me bleed, right? Therefore it doesn't exist. I don't like it. That's what flat earthers are. They're scared of reality. The mainstream science message and communication is absolutely what the real data shows. Science communicators, TV shows, and media are pushing false conclusions for social manipulation. That doesn't prove that the earth is flat. Like that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth or with science in general. Like what like, who gives a shit what mainstream science says, right? It's mainstream for a reason, right? It's like I want to go like, oh, I want a Windows phone because it's contrarian to the mainstream, right? Like that's the equivalent. Okay, the Windows phone sucked because it had no app support. Like it had no app support, right? And Microsoft made it impossible to get app support. Okay, they had to jump through a whole bunch of hoops just to make apps for the Windows Phone, right? But it's better because it's not the mainstream. Like that's what you're fucking saying. Like what false conclusions? Like you say false conclusions, but then like you're like nuh-uh to all the actual science and data that's out there. Like saying nuh-uh isn't evidence. Saying, oh, this is CGI isn't evidence. You're gish galloping? What the fuck is gish galloping mean? Absolutely not what the real data shows. Okay, well then show me what the real data shows. What would be the reason these people do that? Why take the clock back? Do they know something about the Stone Age or Ice Age we don't know? So the media telling us that there were solar flares that caused auroras as far as south in the US as Alabama was just them making it up to manipulate the populace? No, they want people outside so they can chemtrail us. They can douse us in their chemicals from their chemtrails. That's what the whole that's what the lie of the eclipse was, right? They knew that everyone would want to go outside and take a look, so therefore they're gonna chemtrail us. What the hell is gish galloping? The data is entirely separate from the science message you and Joe Rogan hear about. What the fuck does Joe Rogan have to do about this? When did I once bring up Joe Rogan? Where are those llamas or sheep? The auroras were just Canada smoking weed laced with color. Did you just get compared to Joe Rogan? I think so. Oh my god. Damn it, they got me. I was out there taking photos. Rapture Survivor. Hey, I have a shirt. aliastees.com. Get your Rapture Survivor 2024 shirt at aliastees.com. Joe Rogan and you both have big dicks. Tell you what, let's make this interesting. I'm going to invite you to a Twitter space and ask a real question. Guys, Riggs is going to ask me a real question. Go ahead. Is it like right now? Is that like something that's happening right now? Because I have our DMs open right now, so go ahead and invite me. Oh, he invited me. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. All right, what's this real question? The no what's allowed tri-axis of Wobulady Fry Discussion Club. Listen live. Start listening. I've never done this before, so
yeah, I'm fully with you. Look, I would also think that most of these twilight lines, right? These bands of twilight lines, I would say my bet would be that they would be actually perfectly equal when wrapped around the globe that was in that black and white spinning globe that Shane's got in there.
Well,
that each one of these bands would be like an equal, like 250 miles or whatever it is that they actually are.
So that
when you're going from Mercator to Globe, Shane's going to correct you. That there actually is,
hello, can you hear me?
Here we go. No, I'm gonna put my word on it that each of those
Hello?
bands will be equal on the actual.
I don't know if I'm muted or not. I don't. Can you guys hear me?
Also, they're being displayed. This is playing.
All right, I don't think I think I'm muted. All right, I don't know how to become unmuted in this thing. I've never done a.
The polls or
I've never done an X.
In some way, the only distortion.
Wait, I know you can hear me.
What we're looking at is the separation between the twilight, right? So
Twitter
that's
space.
not gonna
I thought it
change
was
between
called
that,
X.
it's gonna
Who do you believe? Not that Elon Musk,
Looking at it one way, that
who
doesn't
believes in space. Can we appreciate the picture? Which one? Oh, good one,
Even if you
Noam.
put it back on the globe, it'll represent the same separation, right? And someone actually did that to this video. The response is, I put it back on the globe, and it looks this way. And he's like, yeah,
Wait,
that's
Mike,
not-
over right
that's
here. I
not
saw my
the
name.
point at all. It's,
Oh, I'm a
again, it
listener.
doesn't be displayed in any projection equally. It doesn't really make
Oh,
a
I
difference
had to put in a
otherwise.
request
The
to
actual
speak. Okay.
degree, the actual position, I don't know, but that's the consistent X everyone always compares it to.
I don't know what's happening.
From what I've looked up, the band is supposed to be every 6 degrees. So for every 6 degrees you go,
Elon
over
doesn't
the
believe
edge
X is
of the
in so
backside
much.
globe, that's where you get each twilight change. That's what I've read.
Oh my god, my wife. The one right in front of you, they swabbed my backside and it came back positive for climate change.
You know what you should do, Swahal, is you should be our southern point to get the data for this, and you can help us do a better version of this. I'll do the northern version, you do the southern, and we'll make a nice spreadsheet.
Look at that. Mike over IP is a naughty gamer.
I'm at 38. What latitude are you?
34 and a half.
Ooh.
Close, but not quite perfect.
Should we call it X Twitter, like an FKA, but it's X Twitter?
Like,
Are they faking information? I'm not even listening to what they're saying. I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for like something to happen with Riggs. Like he's supposed to be asking me a real question or something.
We need symmetry.
Well, I gotta fix my green screen.
Degrees off is pretty good, man.
Right? I think we should do it. Plus, I love spreadsheets, so I want to make my own.
Hell yeah.
All right, that should be better.
But yeah, that's a good argument that no one ever talks about. That I think we should bring up more. The Terminator line. The length of dusk in twilight versus the latitudes and how it doesn't match anything symmetrically.
So,
That
like, is
symmetry
this like?
problem comes up an awful lot.
Is this gonna be a
It's
thing,
like, hey,
Riggs?
everything is symmetrical.
Because right now I'm just a
Why would you
listener.
lie
Can we
and
like?
make everything on YouTube say it is? And everyone's like,
I'm running out of
So what about
patience
the
real
magnetic
fucking
field?
quick.
Nope. What about daylight? Nope. What about Terminator line? Nope. What about season? Nope. How about snow, ice, water, cold?
Rig,
temperature?
okay, all right, I'm done. All right, Riggs, how about you actually like you want to DM, like you want to, oh, you ask a real question. Typing is not going to solve this. You have to request to be on the panel. Click the mic button. I did, and they weren't like I don't care to talk to them. I don't know who they are. Like there's like you're asking me to ask a real question. I thought you were asking me, or you're gonna ask me a real question. Don't waste my fucking time, Riggs. Like I'm not here to sit here waiting for people to look at their requests. Like, sorry, bud. You fucking moron. I don't believe in anything, says Lauren. You shouldn't believe in anything. You shouldn't believe in anything other. The only thing that you can prove is that you exist. That's the only thing that you can prove. Apples don't exist. Sounds like the same group of clowns from the Discord call earlier. Maybe. You're wasting your own time by not having real inquiry. They weren't allowing me to. They weren't accepting my request, Riggs. I'm not gonna sit here all fucking night waiting for them to like. I don't even know who these people are. Like Earth Awakenings. I know who those people are. I've talked to them before. These people, I'm not gonna just request to talk to these people I've never heard of before. Like, sorry, bro. I'm out of beer. I'm out of beer. What time is it? 1:30? How long have I been on? 4.5 hours? We still have an hour and a half, guys. Apples are sentinels. I mean, yeah. I mean, birds are government drones, obviously. All right, let's continue watching this.
Science saves lives. It makes our lives better and more comfortable.
Correct.
And to question what scientists are saying, it's really scary.
Yes. 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 To question what scientists are saying is really scary. That's completely 100% true. Because science is established. Okay, there are established sciences. Okay, like for you to be teaching your kids that the established information is not correct. Like, what kind of world are you setting up for your children? Like you have to be so ignorant and what am I looking for? Diabolical to teach your kids that established science and facts are fake because you don't trust your government and that you're scared of reality. Inconceivable.
We're the smartest people in the world knowing this information.
Thank you, CC. Like, for you, like, science is scary. Okay? Time to grow some fucking balls, Riggs. Science is scary. It reveals things that are scary. Grow up. It's real life. Sorry, bro. Just because you don't want to believe in it doesn't mean it's not true. Real Inquiry, he's been in the Discord calls every Friday for 6 weeks, and it's literally the same stuff over and over. There's nothing left to inquire about. Truth. I don't think that means what you think it means. I'm only scared of Americans because David Bowie was. All right, well, I'm sending my birds to monitor your activities. Sorry for using big words. Unless you're the government, I don't trust you. How would you teach your kid Earth is flat and later they discover it is not and hate you for the lies? That's the thing, right? Like, the next generation of flat earthers is going to be either incredibly hateful or incredibly misinformed, and it's just gonna go. There's gonna be, like, the flat Earth movement is scarily big. Okay, and the fact that a lot of these flat earthers, like Riggs, do you have kids? Are you teaching your kids that the Earth is flat and that that mainstream science is all fake and not real and not true? Because if you are, you're destroying what they can be. Like, you are 100% destroying any possibility for them to make a change in the world positively. You know what? Riggs might be a CIA agent. If you can define anti-disestablishmentarianism, I will believe you're using big words you should be sorry about. Honestly, if you're teaching your kids that what they're learning in school is wrong and misinformed, then there is a seat for you in the 7th layer of hell waiting for you. It's like you are destroying what they could potentially be. And for them to grow up and if they do take a science major or whatever, prepare to be left alone at the for forever at the what is it called, the assisted living, the nursing homes, because they're gonna fucking hate you. I got extra credit in 5th grade for being able to properly spell that word. Nice. He would tell you, but he'd have to kill you. Yeah, you can't tell somebody if you're in the CIA. That's a death sentence right there. There's a death sentence. You can't trust the government for anything. I would understand if he teaches them a religion or believe in karma. That's okay, but tell them Earth is flat is just inconceivable. That's true. That is true. Lying about scientifically proven facts, that'll get you hated. Any more than you already possibly are, Riggs. Oh shit, what's that at my fucking window? Oh my god, there's birds at my window. Riggs, you weren't lying. Can you see me? Wait, Riggs, can you see me, Riggs? Hold on. I think I can tap into your I think I can tap into your drones here. Oh, whoa. I am see-through as fuck. Oop. I'm having an issue with my green screen, apparently. Oh my god, I think oh my god, Riggs, I tapped into your government drone. Hi. Do you see me? Do you see me? Hi. Oh, that was fun. That was fun for me. Oh, fuck. It's the orbs. You're on candid camera. Oh my god. Oh, I'm having so much fun. Riggs, thank you so much for the entertainment. I really appreciate you. Like any monetary value I get from this stream, I should share with you. Although I shouldn't, because fuck you, you're a fun dumb piece of shit. It makes sense that Riggs' picture on Discord is Mel Gibson, since Mel's character in Lethal Weapon movies was Martin Riggs. But it's the only thing that makes any sense. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. You are AFV. They still show it on the East Coast on Sundays? I have no idea. I don't have cable. I'm a millennial, dude. I don't have cable. Are you joking? Who has cable anymore? All right. Shall we go back? It's on ABC? Again, I don't have cable. I don't have cable, sir. Not cable? I don't... Listen, man. I just have the internet. Air Channel? Do they still have those? I don't have a fucking antenna connected to my fucking my 4K television. No, I left my rabbit ears at home. Whoops, my bad. I left them back in 1998. Wait, can I get the Red Sox with rabbit ears? Because I'd love to watch a Red Sox game at least once this fucking season. Even if they lose. I just want to watch a Red Sox game on TV. Bro, got to have one set in case the internet goes out. That's fair. That's fair. I just sent the wave in Discord to Riggs joining in as a damn bird. Oh my god, please. I have to look at this. Wait, I have this. I can't believe Riggs actually joined the fucking Discord. That's fantastic. That's great. Thanks, Riggs, for joining the Discord. There's gonna be lots of fun having you there. Here's a bird forum. Holy shit, you guys are my favorite. All right, we're gonna continue this, okay? Because we still got another fucking hour and a half to this stream. Yeah, it's only 2 a.m. It's almost 2 a.m. Listen, I'm usually way more drunk than this, which I'm happy that I'm not drunk, like that drunk. I'm glad I just stuck with my 6-pack and not like a half a bottle of fucking whiskey. That's absolutely a government drone. Drink more. I don't have anything else to drink, and that's by design. That was by design because if you watch the last 2 Drunk Debunks, like at this time during the Drunk Debunk show, like I was fucking wasted. Like it wasn't even like going back to watch it. It was like, this isn't like I'm just watching a drunk piece of shit fucking slur and not make any sense. Like just get on with the point. I was saying to myself while I was rewatching. Just saw on Discord you gave some news. What did I miss? Oh, okay. Well, here's the news. So the no, I don't think that you were here for it, but the so the whole Antarctica thing, because I mean you were here for that whole conversation. It's called, so there's a thing called the Final Experiment. Is the Final Experiment.com. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the chat. I'm gonna put it over here. So what this is it's, I mean, Riggs and all these people say that this is the conversation we're having in the Discord, right? That the Final Experiment won't prove anything, right? And like obviously that's just so dumb to say. Like of course it'll prove something. Like the flat Earth model says that the Earth is a disc, and the South Pole and the South is at the ends of the disc, like around it, right? So if you're at the end, if you're in Antarctica and you see a 24-hour sun, which is the idea of this, is to go down to Antarctica and witness the 24-hour sun, right? then that would prove that the Earth is not a flat Earth, right? It's not a flat Earth. It would prove that it is a globe, in fact, because the disc, the Earth is a disc, right? According to these people, and having a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove that the Earth is a globe. Now, all these people are like especially Riggs. He's like, oh, well, you don't know they're in Antarctica. I knew these people who were flying to Antarctica, but they ended up in Greenland, blah, 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 blah. So it's like, no matter what proof you give these people, even if it's sending Witsit, Darth, Jaren, all these flat Earth, prophets, if you will, they will still say that doesn't prove that it's a globe, right? However, moving past that, what the news is that the guy who's the head, Will Duffy, I am interviewing him on this channel on YouTube and Twitch on July 14th at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So the guy who's organizing it all and all that kind of stuff, I have a series of questions I'm going to ask him. I actually got a few more questions to ask him based off of our conversation today on the Discord. I have a few more questions I'm going to ask him. But it's basically the guy who's the head of all that. I'm interviewing him on my channel. Thank you for realizing how fucking cool that is. I'm super fucking stoked. That's going to be super huge for this channel. I'm so excited. I emailed him today. I was like, hey, I have this small channel on YouTube and Twitch. I'd love for you to hop on, and I have some questions I want to ask you. I want to interview you. And he said, yeah, sure, I'm down. Basically, that's what he said. So yeah, July 14th. I'm sorry, not July, June 14th, 9 p.m. Eastern time here on the Drunk Debunk Show. He will be interviewed by yours truly, which is super exciting. It's gonna be my first legit interview with someone who is so well known in this community, if you will. So yeah, that's the news. Very exciting stuff. I hope it doesn't fall through. I don't think it will. He's a really nice guy. He's a really cool guy. Apparently, everyone, obviously all the flat earthers are going to call him a liar and all that kind of stuff. They did actually post some videos that I want to watch about Will Duffy in their general chat here. Actually, let's watch one real quick. I want to see what they have to say about Will Duffy real quick. All right, I shouldn't have to go too much further out. All right, let's see. They posted this Northern Rebellion, Will Duffy shill MC Tune shitbag. All right, let's see what this is.
Hey, so this video was originally going to be at my house with my nice camera, my good microphone, and my fancy green screen.
So this is the guy I'm interviewing on June 14th, by the way.
But Flat Earth David Weiss, posted about this on Twitter today, and so I figured I might as well address it now.
Look at those palm trees, dude. He's living the life down there wherever he is. You should tell them on that channel so they come and listen. I did tell them. I kind of peppered it in there. I wasn't like, oh, hey, by the way, this guy is going to be on my channel. I peppered it in there.
This video is a public apology to Sean Griffin. Sean has a successful YouTube channel called Kingdom in Context. Should definitely check it out. And a while back, I was on his program, being interviewed by him, and he completely caught me off guard, and I wasn't expecting this, but he asked me during that interview if I knew who was behind the final experiment. And I didn't know what to do in the moment because I had spent almost a year keeping the final experiment a secret from pretty much everyone. I didn't tell most of my own family. I didn't tell my friends. I didn't tell really anyone other than people that I literally just had to. So I told him in the moment that I did not know who was behind the final experiment, which of course was not true. And so I wanted to apologize for that to you, Sean. And also wanted to mention, just give you guys a little bit of personal information about me. I've got a great relationship with my dad. And
it does look like he lives on a freaking island. Like, what the hell, dude? What is this?
And after the interview on Kingdom in Context, my dad called me and he said, well, that's not good. And we have such a good relationship, I immediately knew what he was talking about. And I told him, yeah, I didn't know what to do. And I told him right then and there that I would issue a public apology once my identity was revealed. And I actually considered doing it in the reveal video, but that video ended up too long. It was supposed to be 10 minutes long and ended up 20 minutes long, so I had to cut it out of there. So anyway, that's kind of been the plan all along. I'll also mention, while we're talking about it,
like, I'd be careful, Will Duffy. You're amongst the land of the cannibals. What the fuck? Where is he? He's in the middle of fucking nowhere.
That I like philosophy. I like to read philosophy and watch videos of philosophers talking about different things.
Yeah, can we get to the point here? Can you imagine a dino walks behind him?
A series on YouTube called Lying and Deception, where I talk about the ethics of lying and try to solve that dilemma, which will probably never be solved and is talked about and debated still a ton to this day. But if you're into
wait, there's a hidden agenda here. If you look right here, you can see a crisp line to the horizon. That's insinuating that there's curvature to the earth. Just throwing it out there. This is deception. There is no curvature to the earth. So therefore, there's no crisp line to the horizon, because there wouldn't be on a flat earth. You know, I'm a bit busy that day, being my birthday, you know. Wait, June 14th is your birthday? Are you kidding?
Philosophy and ethics, you can definitely look at that. And it's a tough issue, right? So
he just walked through palm trees to the beach.
Personal story. My teenage daughter told me,
holy moly, just get to the point, sir.
I don't know what to do because I want to surprise her. And so what I did is I told her, I said, sorry, honey, I completely forgot about the concert I spaced.
You'll be 53?
So bad. And she
you mean
was
35?
That's exactly what I was looking for the surprise. And talks about frequently. So surprise, and so maybe it is wrong. I'm open to that. But anyway, the last thing I'll say is that people are contacting me ever since Flat Earth Dave put this on Twitter today, and they're saying that he's just panicked about the final experiment and he's looking for a way to discredit me and get out of it.
Yeah, of course.
I have no idea if that's his intention or not. I probably could never
raining.
know that. And all I'll say is this: if that's his intention,
it's raining, sir.
Kind of doesn't negate the fact of what actually happened, which was me on Kingdom in Context, Sean's program, him asking me what he did, and me saying what I did. So I'd rather make this video about that and just kind of help people understand what happened, and just kind of be transparent as I can about that. So anyway, Sean, this video is mainly for you. Please, I hope you accept my apology. It was a very difficult situation as I was trying to keep the the final experiment under wraps and top secret until I was ready to reveal it to everyone. And we're just going to keep moving forward.
Okay, now I don't want to, be biased at all and defend the guy, but like, if he is he sweating or is it raining? It was raining. Key West, I have no idea, but there's tourists down here, so it might be Florida or something. So here's the thing, right? Now, if you have this huge production, okay, like that's like what I see this as being, as him saying, "Oh, I don't know," like is the same as like, I would say it's him saying, like, keeping it a secret as to who's behind the final experiment. Obviously, it's himself, right? And that's like the same as Robert Downey Jr. being asked, "Are you going to play Iron Man again?" And him saying no. But then like a year later, the movie comes out and there's fucking Robert Downey Jr. being Iron Man, right? It's a production, right? You don't owe any of these people the truth about your plans, right? If it's going to affect the production, right? The what you're planning on doing, there's no harm in having a secret about that. And if you have to lie to cover that secret, which isn't a big fucking deal, like, who cares about who's behind the final experiment, right? What does it matter? What matters is that information, you will get that information as you need it. Like, that is an as needed information. Dude must be well set for life if he got the money for this production. Yeah, no, he's a pastor. You'll find out all about Will Duffy. I mean, you can find out about him now if you go to FTFE or MC Toon's website or YouTube channels. They both, I think MC Toon interviewed him, but I know FTFE interviewed him. But you'll find out on June 14th if you want to wait for that interview. Because I mean, the first question is going to be like, all right, well, you tell me who you are and what's your background. You're gonna find out all about Will Duffy on June 14th if you watch my channel, if you watch the Drunk Debunk Show. But honestly, like what he's saying is like, hey, I'm sorry that I had to cover up for my own production that I'm producing, like my plans, like why like the fact that that David Weiss made a big deal about him lying about Will lying about who was behind the final experiment. Like that's fear. That's fear. That's just putting into people's mind. That's poisoning the well, basically, about Will Duffy. Like, oh, he lied about this. What else is he lying about? And the same conversation was just had during the Discord conversation. Like, oh, the government lied about this. So what makes you think they're not lying about having military presence on Antarctica? It's unless you have evidence of a lie, you have nothing. Okay, you have speculation, you have words that aren't backed up by anything other than your own fucking crazy delusional minds. Like that's what it comes down to. It's insane. Like the fact that he had to come out with this to defend his decision to protect his own production, like that right there shows integrity on his end, right? It's a 6 minute long video of him apologizing for doing what was in his business's own best interest. So like, and I get it, right? People are gonna find the most shit about somebody, blow it up if they don't like that person or what they stand for or what they're trying to do. And what he's trying to do is prove that the earth is a globe. And to do that, he is literally paying for people to go down and witness that the earth is a globe, to witness it first person. And that's what they're scared of. They're just scared. They're not scared. It's just ridiculous. It's unnecessary. It's not needed. It is necessary and it is needed, because to protect the minds and the future of humanity, it is necessary. Whether these flat earthers want to believe it or not, they're so dead set on this opposition of mainstream science and all that kind of stuff, as if it's wrong. They'll do anything in their power to be able to just go backwards in humanity, like go back to the Stone Age, because that's what they're doing. That's what they want to do. There's no going forwards with humanity if you're going to preach the flat earth. There's no going forwards. They could be killed, Mike. Just them, though. No one else would be in danger. It's almost as if you would need to prove that you can survive down there on your own, and get permission to go there, like some kind of a permit. But they say it was all faked. Say it was all faked or not, right? Like, these people want to go backwards, okay, and that's what's terrifying, is that humanity cannot progress to the point that it should be if they're going to be pushing so hard and spreading so much misinformation to our younger generations. It's impossible to go below the 60th. What is it? It's not. Like, these people will be like, well, there's a YouTube video of this guy that was stopped with a fucking battleship, saying they needed to turn back. In reality, they had already been to Antarctica, and they were coming back from Antarctica and crossing over military I don't want to say airspace, but the military area that they were doing testing in. And so they were being forced to go away from that area to keep them safe from the military testing area. But they had already been, what they don't tell you is that they had already been to Antarctica, and that was them on their way back, that YouTube video takes place where they are told that they need to leave. Who protects Antarctica? The military, the NASA, or I don't know. But you can't trust the internet to prove anything. But we found this video on the internet that proves you can't go there. Exactly, my friend. Everything we all believe is wrong. There is no Earth. We live in a simulation. That is actually the belief of some major flat Earth prophets. Absolutely, that is the absolute fact of some people who profit for flat Earth. Antarctica isn't a country according to Google, and I tend to believe Google. It's not a country. Did I say it's a country? It's a continent. Did I say it's a country? If I said it's a country, then holy shit. I am so sorry. I'm not that big of an idiot, I promise. I didn't. Okay, thank God. Thank God. All right, guys. It is 2 a.m. It's been 5 hours. I know I said I was going to go 6 hours, but I'm kind of hitting my end here. So the U.S. Army protects it. It's not the U.S. Army that protects it. In the video, I forget. There's a different military that told the people to leave, but it wasn't the U.S. military. An international force. Yeah, it's. The thing is that it's not being protected by any military. Okay, what is being protected by the military, by any nationality's military, is military space for military testing. Okay, that just happens to be along the way if you go the wrong way towards Antarctica. So like you can take a boat to Antarctica if you don't go through any military areas. Like I I wish I had more for you, like more specifics, but like what I'm referring to is this one case that these YouTubers were like, oh, we're being forced to leave at gunpoint, right? By this battleship that's saying you need to leave, you need to get out of here. Google says Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. All right, I'll take that. But they don't have battleships. There's not a whole bunch of battleships that are lined along the ice wall, and they're going to threaten to shoot you. Unless you're going through military land. That's all it is, right? And that's what they were doing. They were going through military land, and they were told to get off the military land. And then they're like, oh, look, they're keeping us from going to Antarctica, even though they were coming back from Antarctica when that video was taken. They're just a bunch of fucking liars, because that's all you can do. To prove the flat earth, you have to lie. To flurf is to lie. All right, there's an ad starting in 1 minute. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. I will see you guys. I mean, I might stream tomorrow. I might actually play a fucking video game tomorrow. I have, what do I have? I have Denizen. I have Planet Coaster now. I have, there's the Parking Tycoon Business Simulator DLC. I have Dishwashing Simulator. I got some new stuff. I might be able to stream tomorrow, and you guys will be the first to know. Just make sure you get alerts and whatnot. I need to fix the sprinklers of the front yard grass. What? Mike plays games over IP? Yeah. Oh, Cody. All right, fine. I'll stay for a little bit longer. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I was just gonna hop off, but now I won't. Yo, White Chocolate's Salty Nut. Yo, what's going on? How you doing? Thank you so much for that raid. Gotcha, bitch. Play Go Sheeple Simulator. The requirements are low. Just get drunk and keep talking. Riggs, I thought you left like an hour ago, dude. Everybody meet Riggs. He thinks he knows what he's talking about. Yet he doesn't actually believe in real science. He believes in fake science. All right, let's continue this then. If you're gonna raid me, then we're gonna continue this video, because I was literally just ranting for like. Riggs has been here the whole time. All right, he thinks you're hot, Mike. Oh, Cody. I mean, Karen. You think he likes me? Yo, Riggs, do you like me? Let me know if you like me. Nope, just got back. All right, fine. You can pretend you don't have romantic interest in me all you want, but I know. Yo, Riggs, follow your boy. All right, ad break ended. Why you call him Riggs though? It's Rig. Well, it's Riggs. It's Riggs because his name is Riggs on because he was over on the Earth Awakenings Discord. He came over here. Well, a whole lot of people left. Are they still talking? Oh, I have the volume all the way down.
I was caught on, dude. They rolled with it, bro. So I just backed my ass up. They did a great job rolling with it. Yeah, my hat's off to them.
That's fair enough.
Wow, okay, so he's built a fun little device that's like sends fiber optics around a...
Eggshells, what would you do if, like, you found out that it was flat?
Late speak. Riggs, you're showing your age. Late speak. I'm sorry. Who says fucking late speak past 2006? I mean, you are a fan of humanity going backwards, so I guess that fits the bill. What is Riggs was taken, and you had to go with that name. it's Leet Speak, der. Oh my god! I had the Riggs account when this was blank and forgot the login. We don't know what you just said. It's blacked out. He's the Wish.com version of Mel Gibson. Justin TV. Oh, so your name was Justin? Well, you came here just in time, Riggs. I bet you have a badass handlebar mustache. Okay. All right, guys. All right, we're gonna continue this video. Okay, because Cody rated us. Twitch was Justin TV. Did you get banned because you were spreading misinformation and they were trying to censor you? Was that pager talk from the late 90s? No, it's Leet Speak from 2002.
A feather will reach its terminal velocity, which is a lot slower than the brick, so
Here we
it'll
go.
fall a lot slower than the brick. But in a
I don't want to touch
vacuum,
my coaxilar. It's
you know,
crooked.
as some experiments,
Like
I
it's
think some of the
crooked,
vacuum
and
chambers
it's
There
have
have
had
been
to-
experiments where they've dropped bowling balls and feathers in a
It's
vacuum
bothering
chamber
me.
and they fall
I need it
exactly
to be
the same
like
rate.
this.
And
I don't want
That's
to
what
move it
people
because it's gonna fuck
think.
everything
That's
up.
they fall
what's
asleep.
on video.
No, actually, a university has proven that dropping different chemicals.
Oy,
fall at different
what a
rates.
dumb
They're
fuck.
literally different
I'm
chemicals.
dropping other
and,
chemicals,
gravimeter
yeah.
has proven objects fall at different rates.
No. Like, hold on. I really need to cue this shit up because, like, hold on. I need to. Come on, Mike. I have to be quicker with this stuff. Is it? Whoa, fucking A, holy shit. Let's see.
Repeatability that could be calculated being and it's 8 o'clock. Thank you. The second chapter.
Hold on.
terminal velocity faster than the brick.
Oh, here we go.
By the way, oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. All right. Yeah, I see what
So
you're saying.
therefore, you know, a feather will reach its terminal velocity, which is a lot slower than the brick, so it'll fall a lot slower than the brick. But in a vacuum,
So MC Toon does a lot better explaining how this works. So let's listen.
you know, as some experiments and I think some of the
Yeah,
vacuum
there
chambers
have been
to-
experiments where they've dropped bowling balls and feathers in a vacuum chamber and they fall at exactly the same rate.
Yes, and you know
That's what people think.
That's
yeah, they fall
what's
That's definitely what happened. He had to jump right in there. It's like, no.
it's on video.
No, actually, a university has proven that dropping different chemicals fall at different rates. Literally different chemicals, and a gravimeter has proven objects fall at different rates. Gravimeters are way more precise than that
In-
video that supposedly proved
In a
it, so-
vacuum?
Yes, gravimeters use a vacuum-sealed chamber. They drop a little BB and they use interferometry, so cross patterns of lasers and interference patterns to actually
Mhm.
measure things falling, and so they fall at different rates. and
outside of the margin of one being released a millisecond before the other, or are these rates that we're talking? Are we talking about like they hit a certain laser at a different time, or are we talking
Yeah.
about they pass through
Well,
a
I'm
set of lasers at different rates?
I'm specifically just pointing out that the rate isn't constant; it changes. So, like,
Mhm.
you can drop the same objects at the same place, and over time, at different times, it'll be different rates.
Mhm.
Inside of it.
Oh wait, Lauren's going to bed. I've had the same name since 1997. That makes sense. That's impressive. Good night, Lauren. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. But let's enjoy. Thank you so much for the biddies. I really appreciate that as well. I might actually get paid out this month by Twitch. I appreciate you, Lauren. Thank you so much. Have a good night. And we got to talk about that glassware, Lauren, because I want people to be able to get their hands on a Drunk Debunk shot glass. I mean, I've only advertised it so much. My MySpace wasn't MySpace around that time. In the 90s? I don't think so. In the late 90s? I don't think MySpace was around for late 90s. Wasn't that like early 2000s? Like 2001-ish, 2002?
vacuum chamber right inside a warehouse, and
And why? Does he say why?
actually because everything's electric. If there's slight
No. No. All right. I hope he gives a citation.
fluctuation in the electric field, it'll cause it. Actually, university proved that by monitoring thunderstorms in relation to the vacuum chamber. But anyway,
He did. All right. We're going to bring that up. I know this study he's talking about.
It was like mid 2000s. Yeah.
I know the study.
Let's see. I was
Do you hear my typing?
No, we can't hear you typing.
I hear
MC.
this, but it's happening now. I am hearing. Hear me? I don't hear myself. It is likes to reference this study, but he doesn't understand the study at all.
Correct. He doesn't understand most of the things that he says.
Right.
All right, come on, MC.
In high precision gravimetric observations.
So MC Toon talks in big words, which is why I can't Discord me and we'll figure it out. Now I sleep. All right, Lauren. Yes, I will Discord you. Enjoy your night, Lauren. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you.
I'll put the DOI.
Karen's in charge. All right.
Description here. So there we go. Here is the study. Now I'm going to jump right down to there. Here's the apparatus. This is the graph that really makes the most.
So now that he's showing this, I can't remember because when Whitsitt said that there were experiments done with a gravimeter and different chemicals, and they were falling at different rates. That the different rates were actually attributed to where the sun and the moon were. That's how intricate these gravimeters were tuned. Like they were so intricately tuned and accurate that they were picking up the effect that the moon and the sun were having on the pull of these different chemicals.
That really does the important thing. The setup is that this is in a building that's surrounded by water, and the body of water has overflow, so it keeps the amount of water nearby in the vicinity consistent.
So what that does, right, is remove variables that could influence the results, right? So you want to in a true scientific fashion, you want to remove as many variables from your experiment as possible that could negatively affect your experiment. So that's why this building had like a moat around it of water, because it just needed an environment such as would have the least effect of the environment around it. So he explains it a little bit better than I did.
That's important because water has mass and it's relatively dense. So a change in the amount of water nearby will change the gravitational pull. So other studies have measured over ground that's absorbent. After a storm, the amount of gravity increases. And when it's been dry for a long time, the amount of gravity decreases.
Because water, has a lot of mass to it. So, mass attracts mass.
Because there's less water in the soil nearby. But this has been controlled.
Let's see. That motherfucker told Tom sold MySpace for like $75 million and just dipped. Now, how is that website doing currently? Dude was wicked smart. Doesn't it still exist? MySpace was 2003, so I guess I was confused with AOL's AIM, which was 90. Yeah, AIM was definitely late 90s.
Because the whole thing is surrounded by water that essentially it's a moat, and so when it rains, the water flows away quickly. So this graph right here is the important one. So let me zoom in on it real close here. So these are, see that this is in filtered readings, MC gal, microgal. and this graph changes.
All right, Noam, you enjoy the rest of your night. I know it is. It's 11 p.m. for you right now. Are you calling it quits at 11:17 p.m.? You realize it's 2 o'clock in the morning for me. Noam. I'm just kidding. I feel you 100%. Enjoy the rest of your night, Noam. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for. I appreciate that my content was making you fall asleep on your couch. I love you, Noam. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate you. I will see you probably on my next stream. And thank you. Physics puts me to sleep. Fair. Very fair. It actually, this is, I love how much I learn. Before I watched this, I had no idea that half of this shit existed. And it's just so mind blowing. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I was telling you about. Like just researching the flat earth and debunking it. Like, I have learned so much cool shit. It's so interesting to me. They are having sprint cars tomorrow at the races. If it doesn't rain out, I will drop videos of them in Discord. They are nuts. Yes, please drop videos in Discord, in the chat, if you don't mind.
Yes. The reason why it changes is because of tidal forces change. You're seeing the change throughout the day based on where the sun and moon are. Gravity changes enough that these instruments are precise enough that the position of the sun and moon are read in these devices,
which is insane. Absolutely insane. And that's why they vary. But Witsit over here doesn't understand that. Because if gravity doesn't exist, then those readings don't make a difference. Right? So like for those readings to mean that the gravity of the moon and the gravity of the sun were affecting those results, then that would mean that gravity exists. And that would completely obliterate everything that Witsit stands for, as far as replacing what gravity is with electromagnetism. So we're gonna continue this because that basically sums up what's going on here.
Meters are way more precise than that video that supposedly proved
in a
it,
vacuum.
So. Yes, yeah.
In the globe model, that we have different tides at different times of the day, and the reason that the tides change by an hour every day is because they are directly correlated between the moon and the sun.
Okay, so he actually says that he knew that was a reason why. Those are the funky looking ones with the big ass wing on the top, right, Cody? I'll drop something in your personal Facebook here in a bit. Oh yes, dick pics only. You like drag races, Cody? Yeah, he likes races.
We revolve around the sun and the moon revolves around us. And that's the reason why not only do the tides change per time of day on, a roughly hour, daily cycle basis, and you can reliably get a high tide and a low tide every 6 hours from each other. Roughly, it's a little bit more because of that extra hour because of, the revolution of the moon. That's also why we have spring tides, and I can't remember the name of the other tide, but why the height of the tides change on that cyclical pattern, because when the sun and the moon are aligned within our rotational, period, the tides will be higher because the gravitational effect of the sun and the moon against the Earth.
I hate Witsit's fucking face. All right, we're gonna call it there though. I'm gonna leave you on a. If you call this a cliffhanger, then it's a cliffhanger. But I gotta go to sleep. I am tired. I am tired. It's been 5 hours and 20 minutes. It's not bad. But yeah, no, this was a lot of fun. I love what I'm putting out here. I really appreciate you guys' interaction with these with the Drunk Debunk Show. This is a lot of fun for me. I feel like I could potentially be making a difference with this kind of content. It's fun to laugh at dumb people. It really is. And it might be a superiority complex. Like it might be, you know, that you know, I feel important and all that kind of stuff. But the way that I see it is what I'm doing is I'm protecting. I want to do what I can do to protect the next generation and my own kids from misinformation. Yeah. So I appreciate you guys. June, like I said, June 14th. Very excited. That's in what, 2 weeks. I will be interviewing Will Duffy from the Final Experiment. And if you guys have any, this next generation is fucked. But if I can do something to make it less fucked, then I will do that, because I mean, my kids are the next generation, you know, and I love them and I want them to be informed correctly. And I want them to be able to perform at their best potential. And if misinformation is going to keep that from happening, I want to do what I can to stop that. So yeah, there's that. Anything tomorrow? So I have something to listen to when I'm driving home. I might play like Parking Tycoon or Dishwashing. I kind of actually want to play Dishwashing Simulator. So I think I might play that. It looks pretty goofy. I only saw a little bit of what it is, because once I saw that it was like super cheap, if not free on Steam, I was like, I don't want to ruin it for myself. I just want to play it. So I might play that tomorrow if I have time. But I will let you know in Discord if I will be streaming tomorrow and at what time. Probably 5 minutes before I actually get on, because it'll probably be when I put Grayson down for a nap. Very potentially. But yeah, but speaking of nap time, it is my nap time. So I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you again. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate your everybody's contribution to this stream, and all the resubs and the bits and all the support. I really do appreciate every single one of you. I mean, even if you guys didn't support me monetarily, you guys are still here in chat, and I would still be here doing the same thing, trying to doing the best I can for you guys. Have a good rest of your night. Mike, thank you so much. Karen, you as well. Frosty was playing something different. I can't remember what it's called, but it was some type of simulator game. I'm not a big fan of him playing a bunch of replays on his YouTube channel. He's just playing replays. It sucks. It's like, oh, replay with live chat. Like, no one watches that shit. Can you support D's nuts with your chin? Why don't you come over here? I think, Cody, you already know that answer. I think you know that answer already, Cody. He's on Twitch. Yeah, doesn't he do GTA on Twitch? But I'll check him out. I'll check it out his Twitch. All right. You guys have a great night. Yeah, he RPs, yeah. All right, I gotta go to bed. All right, good night, guys. I love y'all. I'll see you guys later. Bye.